harms in the past. This is another indication the video is fake and not from Joy News. Now that is how you spot the fake. So if something feels off, it probably is. Trust your instincts and double check before sharing or
Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Ghana runs the risk of running out of tomatoes. Why? Because the women who go to Burkina Faso to bring much of that tomato are unable to go now because they're being killed. 8 of them have been killed by jihadis, terrorists in northern Burkina Faso, and there are 3 in critical condition. Analysts blame government for not getting the intelligence early enough and issuing an early warning sign. We delve into that matter. There's a Russian who came to Ghana, has been to other places, and somehow, like he was using juju, voodoo, managed to entrap just too many of our sisters, mothers, girlfriends and wives into his room. And that has led to a diplomatic situation. Sam George and Dr. Namo Molate held a high-level meeting with the Russian ambassador to Ghana over this matter, and preliminary investigations by Ghana's cybersecurity and law enforcement agencies indicate that the suspect allegedly recorded private encounters without consent for publication and subsequently monetized the content through online platforms. That is a crime in Ghana. We are promised that we will get him, including through extradition. But it doesn't look like you can get an extradition of a Russian citizen. Will the victims of the Russian sex video scandal get justice? That's the question we're asking. What are the lessons to pick from what has happened? Ken Ofori-Atta was supposed to appear before the court on the 19th of this month. Did he appear? It looks like that hearing was postponed. It does appear he's still in custody. But Interpol has taken off the red notice that had been placed on him through the OSP. What's the big deal? Any impact on the case in seeking to bring him to accounts for his stewardship in the court? And the Chief Justice, Justice Paul Bafo-Boni, is being celebrated by some, and some are almost cursing him. One of the petitioners for the removal of the OSP spoke to me, and he was livid that the CJ could say that no prima facie case has been made against the OSP. The NDC in particular say it cannot be the case that the EC bosses are not liable to removal. So, what can they do? Because it is over. The EC bosses have not been removed. They will not be removed. Well, there's one more petition pending against the OSP. This will be like his 7th or the 6th petition. We'll be right back to deal with these vexed matters.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, a strong, a tough.
Still, Misaka, and Nemum was a summer brabo, and it can afford Swabrabo.
Misaka pensions, Carol.
Misaka order Sika.
Misaka insurance.
Misaka loan.
Momo Fogusuri ye echumaden, diaboye nyina ye sika hoban. Se MTN, ana momo jumaye ni befrewa, or the 0244 300,000 ene befrew. Ne numpo orin bitsaw one-time password, ana se upin code. Enti wonso ye wafemu die na ma weni na ho na wonsa enka omumu.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other award-winning product that will last a lifetime. With Furniture Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Furniture, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Furniture Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303-966-085 or 055-278-4097. Think wood, think Furniture.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Welcome back. And here is something at stake. The broken promise to the backbone of Ghana. They say the true measure of a nation's character is not how it treats the elites in air-conditioned offices, but how it honors the sweat of its laborers in the sun. This week, we aren't just hearing the wailing of the marginalized alone. We're witnessing a complete breakdown of the social contract between the state and those who feed and teach this country. Why is a cocoa farmer across the country at the Cocoa Board headquarters? Doesn't matter who they are, they represent the cocoa farmer everywhere. It doesn't matter that they've been brought there by a politician to make political gains. They have a point. And why is the newly posted teacher in a rural classroom wailing alongside Closac? It is because in Ghana, we have developed a dangerous habit of treating the laborer as an afterthought. There are cocoa farmers. On February 12, the Minister for Finance, Dr. Kasula Toforsing, announced a staggering 30% cut in the producer price, slashing it down from 3,625 cedis to 2,587 cedis per bag. The state calls it a necessary reform due to falling global prices. The farmers call it a haircut that they never signed up for. But hold on there. The reality is that the global price of cocoa per ton has been tumbling over a long period now. It's seen a nosedive from when it went to the high of as much as 11,000 US dollars to the point where we now see it. That's about 70% of a drop in the price. If we're not doing politics with cocoa, like we have done with petrol, like we have done with everything else, the natural market would have determined what happens. If we have not done politics with cocoa, I can assure you that if this happened during an election year, regardless of the global fall, the cocoa farmer would not have suffered a haircut. Never. But the insult isn't just the price cut. It is the delayed payments, the thousands of farmers that have delivered beans since November last year and have seen nothing but stories from licensed, buying companies. And when the Catholic Bishops' Conference has to issue a statement warning that farmers can no longer pay their children's fees, school fees, or medical bills, we know the system has failed. It's broken. And then the teachers. We have over 6,000 educators who were recruited in 2024 and 2025, but have worked for 14 months without a single cedi in pay. Why? Because of an administrative bottleneck called a staff ID. Really? We have teachers who have been in the classroom for over a year being told that their documents cannot be traced at the National Office of the Ghana Education Service. How do you expect a hungry teacher to inspire a child? How do you justify a system where IOCO, the OSP, would be called to investigate a small theft, yet the state can seal 14 months of a citizen's labor through administrative negligence without any consequences? We have an unethical bunch of nation wreckers, and that is our bigger problem that we need to resolve. Look at how in the UK they process a former prince, a prince who is on the line and could become the king. A small section of the police, not the national police, wake up and say in the Jeffrey Epstein files, things have been said against him, including revealing certain secrets or being involved in some sexual crimes. And they get up, go to his home, and arrest him. They detain him without a charge. That is to ensure that the law works. But here, if the law worked, the state would have been sued over this teacher's, dilemma, predicament, and the cocoa, farmers. Instead, we see a culture of interventions. And please, the real reset we need is to take a cue from what is happening in the UK, where accountability is critical, not where a broadcaster is arrested and he has to issue a statement to thank chiefs, to thank MPs, and to thank the most influential people in our community for intervening to get him out of detention. Not when people are arrested for wrongdoing, and because they belong to our parties, we stage vigils and protests at Iyoko and elsewhere, demanding their release when we don't even know why they have been arrested. We allow teachers to sink into abject poverty. The farmer who is doing everything they can to feed the country. And we're here talking what? Nation building? The cocoa farmer is the backbone of our economy. The teacher is the architect of our future. If we continue to treat them with the level of disdain that we are seeing, cutting prices mid-session and withholding salaries for years, we aren't just facing a labor crisis. We are facing a moral bankruptcy. We must get to a place where our leaders realize that protecting the welfare of the ordinary worker is the only way to save the nation. And that will be my take. We'll be right back.
Are you taking?
This is Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Koa refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow.
There's no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I would take this anytime, any day.
Number 1 from here, 2 and 3 from here, 5 and 6 from here. For now. Yay. Now I have the number 7, 8, and the number 9.
You need number 10.
Please, I can't eat anymore.
I mean, number 10, liver salt.
The effective liver salt for the relief of stomach upset, heartburn, hyperacidity, and indigestion.
Would you like to try number 11?
What?
Number 10 liver salt. Refreshing relief fast. Manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Life can be giving it to you with like that. And everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Emperor Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted, safe to save up. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Emperor Insurance, empowering people.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults?
This price for teenagers. This is for kids.
a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Are you concerned about your child's dental health? Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. We believe in establishing good oral hygiene habits early is essential for your child's long-term dental health. Baby teeth, also called primary teeth or milk teeth, will fall out and be replaced by permanent teeth starting at around 6 years old. So it's tempting to think that primary teeth are not important, but in reality, those baby teeth are very important. Your child's first dental visit will include a complete exam, cleaning, and a fluoride treatment to protect the teeth. Your dental office should ensure that your child's dental visit is comfortable, gentle, and welcoming. Schedule your first dental visit today and give them the gift of a lifetime of healthy smiles.
Healthy smile.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's the most authoritative news analysis platform. Here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. We're going to begin with a preliminary matter regarding the Russian sex video scandal and what the state is seeking to do. And I'm going to take you through some slides that we have for you briefly about that, sex scandal and the efforts of the state. We want to ask and answer the question if the victims will get justice, and also if there are any lessons to be learned from what is going on. So shortly I project the slides on this matter and I get my guests to make their comments. So that is the young man who has been misbehaving and has been found, and that is his passport that the government has decided to disclose so that we all see him clearly. Because in Kenya, there's someone else, they are saying that we are mistaking that person for this particular young man. And so now we know his identity very clearly, and he has to be pursued and brought to justice. But how far can we go with it? The Communications Minister, Sam George, and Namomo Latte, held a high-level meeting with the Russian ambassador to Ghana. And the preliminary investigations by Ghana's cybersecurity and law enforcement agencies also indicate that the suspect allegedly recorded the private encounters without consent for publication and subsequently monetized the content through online platforms. Authorities have initiated steps to trace digital and financial evidence linked to the case. The matter is not only of morality or private relationship, but a clear criminal offense under Section 67 of the Cybersecurity Act 2020, which prohibits non-consensual recording and dissemination of intimate images, sextortion. Given the cross-border nature of the case, government has activated diplomatic and international law enforcement cooperation, including engagement with Interpol and relevant security agencies, and hoping that they can bring him here. The Russian ambassador also acknowledged receipt of the formal brief and confirmed that the information would be transmitted to authorities in Moscow. He noted that while there is no extradition treaty between Ghana and Russia, the alleged conduct would also be considered criminal under Russian law, and assured Ghana of continued diplomatic cooperation. As we are told, now the state is also preparing through the Cybersecurity Authority to present a docket through the police service and Attorney General for prosecution in absentia in our courts, that if it happens that we cannot bring him to the country. That's what they are talking about. And that they are hoping to do as soon as possible. Okay? Right. The Foreign Affairs Minister, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, has also been holding meetings and talking about this because he summoned the Russian ambassador over the, explicit content. The ambassador, spoke about it and also suggested initially that they didn't really know who this gentleman is. And so the processes are ongoing now. So let's see how we get some justice. So we'll take some preliminary comments on this and then move on from there. My guest this morning, Professor Kwesi Ening, is security analyst. Abid Sani is security analyst. Hajia Gloria Amenu is National Women's Organizer, United Party, United Plus. Inusaf Seni is former MP, Tamale Central, and former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. He was in charge of roads as well. He's a lawyer. And Isaac Boama Nyako is a lawyer, he's MP, a FIA and member, Finance, Environment, Science and Technology, and House Committees of Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us on Newsfile.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having
us. Right. I think it's meet to begin on this note with the woman. What did you hear? How have you processed it? And do you think the state is doing enough?
Okay, good morning to everybody. Ramadan Mubarak to my fellow Muslims, and may Allah accept our Ramadan.
Yeah.
This issue, I was asleep when I had a call from way back China. In Canada, a friend in Canada called me, Hajia, have you seen what is going on? I said, wow. And I went online to check. In fact, we as Ghanaians have not been patriotic enough. Why am I saying this? We have so many women on social media. We have the Christian Council, we have the Muslim Council. And the first question I keep asking is, who are those sharing the videos? We are all from family backgrounds. And before, if you see the nakedness of a woman, you even prompt the person to dress up. What happened? We should take a bold step to demand TikTok to withdraw all the videos and anything that has to do with this. Come together as women to voice out. Those ladies are victims, and they are going through so many emotional stress. Ministry of Gender should at least give them psychological support. I saw a video of one lady whose husband divorced her, and I was hearing rumors about one who also thinks wants to take her own life. Let's come together. We can protect TikTok. We can request that they withdraw all the videos from social media. And when it comes to the cybersecurity of Ghana, we have to step up. The world is now revolving, and then IT is growing day by day. Ghana has to bring up an app that will protect us. If you are going to Dubai, before entering Dubai, you have to download an app that is solely for Dubai. China blocked WhatsApp. They are using their own app. It is also another form of jobs, creating of jobs for individuals. Let's create an app that if you are coming to Ghana, you have to download that app and use it. It traces your movements. If we request TikTok to withdraw that those videos as a nation, they would have no other choice than to comply. If we demonstrate as women of Ghana, because it's not only me, Hajia Gloria, that is on social media, but the name Ghanaian women. The lesson to be learned when it comes to us, the women, is that we should appreciate who we are. We should believe in ourselves. You are beautiful wherever you are. I remember this song from Becca that saying, Ghanaian women are so precious. African women. The African woman. We should believe in ourselves. Don't wait for somebody to come and happy yourself. Find time for yourself. And we should leave this mentality that all white people are rich. Any white man that comes to the country, no matter his status, we think the person is rich. The mindset of the individual Ghanaian is that I'm waiting for a rich man to come and marry me. You can be rich yourself before getting married. It's not a crime. And we parents also have so much responsibilities to do as well. Because from your young age, from childhood, you can hear some mothers screaming at their children, meanwhile, you are the one who gave birth to that child. So we put some kind of mentality
they lose their confidence
in our children, which loses the confidence of our ladies. Even in the community, somebody has a scar and they tease the person. Somebody has a bow leg and they tame that person, they tag that person with it. So if some man somewhere, nice looking, just says you are beautiful, they start running over to the person just because of the word beautiful. But you are beautiful no matter how you are.
Right.
Then again, let's just forget about this whole thing and just come back to the fact that there are no jobs for the women. There is lack of jobs. If a lady is a teacher and is taking as low as 600 cedis, 1,000, 1,500, even the things that sanitary pads are even expensive. So in a month, how many can the person buy? So we should look at these petty things and focus on them. Let's embrace these ladies who were in those videos rather than tagging them or stigmatizing them.
Okay, let's hear from Yusuf Seni, but you made a mention something up there that I think, I doubt there is anybody under, Ghana's pay system taking 600 Ghana cedis. Yes.
Private schools.
Yeah, maybe some of them, a few of them in a bit of remote places.
Even in Accra.
In the city.
Yes,
how can
was
anybody
teaching,
survive on 600?
Yes, and some take as low as 450. You can find out.
Oh, gee.
Private schools, especially Montessori and these home cares.
That's a different discussion. Yes.
So to be honest with you, when I saw the videos, even yesterday, I was a bunch of emotions.
And here you're talking about even the videos that don't show any sexual acts.
The videos of the man just loitering about Accra Mall and picking on women at random and exploiting.
The next time you see him with them in his room.
A bunch of emotions. I said, what? What has become of us? What do we live for? What has become of our values? And so I said, how did we come to where we are? And I subsequently saw a video of a woman saying that the man was even welcomed to her house by the family. I said, Samson, growing up where we grew up, even if you send somebody looking like you but not speaking your language, the first thing the parents will ask you is, where did you find this person?
You meet him.
Who is he? And then you find the family entertaining, accommodating, even allowing their daughter to sleep with an unknown man, giving them a room. I said, well, maybe the values have changed. Maybe we do not know who we are. Because the risk that these ladies expose themselves to is unimaginable. Have you read Jeffrey Epstein's files?
Everybody is falling. Even princes and kings are falling.
And then there will be victims, we can never account for them. Because they were strangled and buried. Can you imagine? But I like what Nasira has said. We should look at them as victims. Victims of a system that failed to protect them.
a system that failed to protect them?
Because
what system is that?
This man came through the border.
Yes.
He was preying on innocent Ghanaians.
No, coming through the border, how does that
Preying
go
on
to do with the
innocent
system
Ghanaians.
failure?
So he came. So we know that he's in Ghana. So he was praying, and then the state is everywhere. But unfortunately, the state was not at Akramo.
No, it's not on your passport that you are a sexual predator.
What I'm saying is that if you are a black man standing in Élysée a park or palace and preying on white men in the streets of London, I tell you that you'll be arrested. Maybe first day you will get away. The second day you'll be arrested. People will be there, the state will be there.
Just by standing at the mall, inviting a woman and taking them to your home. What crime is that? That's no crime anywhere in the world.
We want to know why you are doing that. Beautiful state will want to know why you are doing that.
No,
in fact,
not complain.
In fact, even in some jurisdictions,
if the woman complained, they didn't complain.
They didn't complain.
Yes.
But I'm saying that
it's the videos that have been put out that
the
have
presence
triggered
of the state.
Outrage.
You know, we are a free country, but the invidious presence of the state must be manifest to protect all of us.
I don't see how the state can take any blame here.
I'm not saying the state. Well, why do we pay them? Why do we pay the intelligence agencies? That they should sleep until there's a problem? That's what you think? So if a terrorist was at Akramo recruiting people to go and fight in Burkina Faso, you mean we wouldn't have known that until...
Now I get your angle.
Yeah, so you must be interested in what is happening. I mean, this man is not a black man, it's a white man, he's there preying on women, and then you say, oh, no, we don't. The state should not come in at all. This is one of the failures of state. This is one of the failures. I mean, our security agencies must be up and doing.
You're suggesting that this is how easy a terrorist can do anything around
and recruit the people. That's why, so after processing it, I thought that, I think the women deserve my sympathy. And I empathize with them. Because it appears to me that they were let down.
There are those who blame them for being so easily convinced.
I blame them too. I blame them because of the overexposure to the risk, the level of risk that is unimaginable. I blame them for what you use in your take, moral bankruptcy. I blame them for that. I blame them for failing to know who they are. They are somebody, they are people. And she's also made a point about it, about our parents insulting us in ways that deplete, reduce, wither away our confidence that we can say. But in the same video, you find 2 or 3 people say that no, we're not going. Okay, so you see that yes, it appears to me that probably it's a social experiment gone awry. I mean, anybody could be doing that experiment. What do we live for as Ghanaians? What do our women live for? How easy is it to prey on Ghanaian women? What moves them to follow a white man they have never known to his home?
Are you hopeful the state will be able to bring some justice to the victims?
So at the state level, in terms of the implementation of our laws, the state is responding. The state is not concerned with the morality of the issue. The state clearly makes a distinction.
She spoke about counseling. I understand they are doing that. They are seeking to do that for them.
You do that because,
for the victims.
Because even prostitutes do not engage in that act publicly, do they? And so they should do that. I mean, sex is inherently a private matter. And then this private affair has now been all over the media, the internet. So they should do that. They should do that. And that's, I mean, in conclusion, I think that it's an offense to share a video of a person who has not given his consent to be recorded in the first place.
By the Cybersecurity Act, the minimum is 10 years, the maximum is about 25 years.
The problem is that, yes, So the problem is that this Russian or whatever he is not in the jurisdiction. Criminal acts, you know.
But at least Ghana has done something that helps the world by putting his image out, putting all his details out. If other countries where he has done this, we understand in Nigeria and elsewhere.
In Kenya.
Kenya. Yes.
It might be a different person.
If the same thing had happened there, perhaps, I don't know what happened, but we may have taken a cue. Those who were, answering his calls, I suppose most of them are on social media and they may have seen and be careful.
So I agree with you. So what we have done, we have been proactive to extend it, in warning other countries that there's this predator out there and his target is women. He doesn't discriminate, married or unmarried, he just goes.
He may not even be granted entry into those countries.
Yes, so what we have done is good. But again, and he does that with impunity.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? With some level of impunity.
Oh, goodness.
One doesn't even understand his motives. Was he doing that for fun? Was he doing that for money? Because I hear he has an Instagram account that you have to pay to view. So the exploitation was real. Okay? Move in terms of exploiting them as human beings and commercializing that activity. It's totally unacceptable.
Interesting. So, you in Parliament, how do you feel about this? And what do you think you can do about it, Isaac?
Thank you very much, Samson. Good morning once again to our cherished viewers and to the good people of Ifia. I have a huge Muslim community and Zulu as well. So let me wish them Ramadan Kareem.
Yeah.
As they go into this moment of fasting and prayers. I pray that God will receive their prayers in this season. Samson, taking a critical listening to Nafisa, right?
Nasira.
Yeah.
Nasira, and then my senior counsel. Two things come strongly at me. The first is the values of our country, So this is not the first time we've seen people coming to our jurisdiction take advantage of our women. It's been happening, even whether they are Ghanaians or non-Ghanaians. We have our own citizens who also do similar things to young people and take advantage of them because of their economic capacity, as well as their weaknesses. So Nasira spoke to the economic situation and vulnerabilities of our women, where men or people with some economic strength may take advantage of them and then do the things that we see. But importantly, if you consider where the man has come from and then the things he did over a period of time, I want to share with my colleagues' view that the state had gone to sleep. You see, our intelligence gathering in this country has not been on top of issues over quite some time now. And it's very worrying that in such an exposed area like the mall is not a corner somewhere in a village where you expect such things to happen and can only be exposed through the media like we've seen. But when you have an open public space, and then this gentleman has been doing this for a while, and even the people that have seen him do that, how were they responding to such things? Did they even know that when you see someone behaving funnily, you have a medium to report to the nearest security person?
Did they see it as sexual harassment in the first place to report? I think that's a bigger question.
So it talks about our consciousness and awareness of some of these things when we come across them.
We take so much for granted.
Yeah, exactly my point.
Don't let so much wrong.
Yeah, so if you travel out of the jurisdiction and you walk around the malls, you hardly find these things happening because you have a sense that there's security all around. You feel the presence of security, whether overtly or what have you. So there's always the issue that if I don't take care, the state will come after me. But in this country, people have that laxity. people have that freedom to think that our security is asleep. We only become reactive rather than being proactive to some of these things. So from parliamentary point of view, I think, yes, we passed the Cybersecurity Act to confront some of these issues. And as you said, the sanctions are very, very high and punitive enough. Unfortunately, the person is not in the jurisdiction for us to prosecute. But be that as it may, I think the diplomatic channels that have been triggered by the state is very welcome. The fact that they have summoned the ambassador to Russia to come and speak to the issues is very, very important. Engaging the Russian government, whether the Russian constitution allows for extradition or what have you, I think that is for the Russian, because they said it's also a crime in Russia. And you know, on international law, they can decide to prosecute the gentleman even in their jurisdiction for the offenses that he has committed here in Ghana. But the broader conversation I'm very interested in is, one, the security architecture for our country. We pay so much into national security. We pay so much into intelligence gathering. And so the security should take a cue. We should strengthen our internal security. We should also do a lot of education. You know, for Ghanaians, we ourselves, you know, a lot of things we see go wrong and we find it very reluctant to report. You know, I believe that if this thing is being played now and you go out there to do some investigations, people would have told you that, oh, I saw him do this. Maybe one or two people might have even confronted him to free some of these ladies that he was trying to accost. But how did that information get...
Free a lady who is not complaining about anything, who is willingly, you know...
What we see...
joining... Yeah, follow me, like he says, follow me
and they follow.
They follow.
Samson, what we see is what we are speaking to. There may also be certain angles that we are not privy to.
Like, at least we are not privy to any angle of coercion.
No, so...
we are following his narrative. All of us are presently discussing his narrative. Why? It is he who has released those videos.
That's right.
He has released what he wants us to see.
Exactly.
He's controlling the narrative.
And those ladies, no one has so far complained that there was any form of coercion.
No.
Those, for example, who gave out, there's a lady who gave out her number and she said he was just disturbing him, so she just wanted to ward him off. And actually that number was a number, her Ghana number. She lives abroad and she wasn't using that number, so she decided to give him that number. She's in trouble now, and people are talking about some of them, you know, beginning to think suicidal, among others. Some losing their marriages.
Yes. So I don't think the concern is about whether he had coerced people or forced them into those actions. What I'm trying to put across is there may be, that is not available. I'm only speculating that there could be instances where some other potential victims had freed themselves of this invitation. And whatever it is, the point is that as a people, we need to continue to engage and educate, particularly the girl child.
All right.
So with this happening, how do we bring this up into our educational system, into our public information system, so that
let's hear what Abid will say about this. Adib, what you will say about this, particularly from your background as a security person. We seem to agree that we all are a bit nonchalant, we are not bothered, not concerned. The things we should take serious, we don't. There are ladies who don't even see sexual harassment when there is a lot of it. Even in their offices, they're harassed all the time, but they don't see it like that. And like, you know, Inusa said, we tolerate and we accommodate so much that we don't have to accommodate. Look at the invitations we are seeing, how he went about even the invitations. There is one that we are shown about, I think it's the apartment or hotel where he was. Then he approaches a woman there. The woman brought him a towel. Then starts to talk to this woman, follows the woman to the front office, then lures her back to his place, asking him about, I think, how to open the safe or microwave, something like that. and the next thing is they are getting to kiss. You know, she becomes vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, good morning. Good morning to our viewers. And it's the first Saturday of the holy month of Ramadan. So, Ramadan Kareem to all Muslims. I've always indicated that security is a shared responsibility. We cannot rely on the state hook, line, and sinker to ensure security if the people don't participate in that process. That is why education is key. What if he was a serial killer? He would have been in business, okay? But on the other hand, you don't blame the ladies. Samson, you know, in the past, I have criticized persons deemed to have perpetrated acts of immorality. But as I grow, as I listen to wisdom, as I get wiser, I have realized that nobody is 100%. Anybody could have fallen victim to what has happened. So this gives me the opportunity to appeal to Ghanaians to stop sharing the videos. And at this point, the ladies need psychological help. And I'm also looking at the feasibility. Let's say I'm a security operative assigned to the Accra Mall to keep an eye.
There's a police station there.
There's absolutely.
There are CCTVs all over there.
All over.
Somebody is asking if these are all just for the optics.
Yeah. No, the thing is, like I indicated, I'm looking at the feasibility as a security operative. How possible is it for me to approach every man talking to a woman at a public place? Especially when I see a man and a woman standing, then the woman is giving him a 360. Obviously, I might think they know each other already. So it becomes.
But what's the purpose of the CCTVs difficult for a man who is done that regularly at the same place?
The repeated acts. You see, that is also a major problem because CCTVs are not meant to just catch them. CCTVs are supposed to be monitored 24/7 to establish patterns. In fact, in China, there are CCTV cameras which is even able to tell when you are breaking the law. For example, dropping rubbish where you're not supposed to do so, okay? But it is work in progress. But we need Ghanaians as much as possible to understand the dangers associated with such acts and to take the necessary precaution. And the unfortunate thing is, there are a lot more videos we might not have seen. So let us not think that, Ghanaian women are easy to find. No, perhaps there's a lot more women he has approached and they refuse to cooperate with him, okay? Yeah. And as a criminal researcher, I mean, when I look at issues of this nature, I look at it from the academic perspective. Is there a correlation between what has happened, between the rich and the so-called poor? Because we have seen a lady with a luxury car saying no. We have seen some ladies, who
that lady too had actually come for the holidays from the US, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, and she said, "Why are you asking for my number? I don't know you anywhere. What my number for?"
So education, you see, so we need to look at it from the broader picture, okay? Fine, there's a security component, there's a safety component, there's an education component, okay? And there is a human security, jobs for young women component to it. Okay, so it is something that should be looked at holistically. Indeed, like we have all agreed.
But there's an important question. A couple of people have asked me to ask you guys. Could the hotel he stayed in have played any role? How is it possible that a hotel will be so unconcerned about a foreigner bringing in so many Ghanaian girls without suspecting anything? I think when we see something, it behooves on all of us to say something. Absolutely. The hotel could have reported his activities to the police for some monitoring. Hotels in Ghana need some security education and training.
Yeah. There's no denying that fact, okay? The receptionist, and I've also realized based on the videos I have seen, that it is more like an Airbnb short-let stay kind of thing. Sometimes they do have receptionists, sometimes they don't. Okay, so we are not able to tell at this point. But education is extremely key. And we've all agreed, he has broken a number of laws. Prominent is the Cybersecurity Act 1038. Government has done a lot, so far.
Do you think that in any serious country, he would have stayed in one place and would have taken at least 3 women to the place without any alert, without any concern being raised?
Well, it depends on the location. Okay, like I indicated, there are some apartments that have receptionists. And if they are well trained...
I'm not talking about Ghana.
But
yes, I've met you in airports outside of this country. So you have an idea what may happen elsewhere. Do you think this will happen anywhere else?
Well, it depends. In some places it might happen, in other places it will not happen. Okay, it depends on the type of surveillance architecture we have running in the system. Okay, but like I indicated, this should not be left to the state alone, even though it is the responsibility of the state to ensure the safety of its citizens. That is why some steps have already been taken, including the release of the passport page. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as a matter of fact, has summoned the Russian ambassador. And the Russian embassy has even issued a statement in that regard. The embassy of Russian Federation in the Republic of Ghana has taken note of the reports in Ghanaian media on the alleged involvement of a supposedly Russian citizen engaged in sexual activities with some Ghanaian women and recorded and circulated those acts without consent. And I've heard a number of commentary on this, whether we are able to summon an ambassador when the perpetrator is not a diplomat, but an ordinary Russian citizen.
But the Foreign Affairs Minister did.
Yes, and it is the right thing to do, okay, because we have conventions supporting it, okay. For example, if you look at the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, okay, Ghana's Foreign Affairs Minister can summon the ambassador based on the actions of their citizen. Yeah. And the summoning basically is to convey concerns about what has happened, also to seek clarification, to request cooperation, and in some cases issue a diplomatic protest, okay? And we do also know that there's no extradition treaty between Ghana and Russia. The Extradition Act of 1960.
Or between Russia and any other country for that matter. Or perhaps just a few countries.
Just a few countries. Ghana has extradition treaties with the US, UK, and some other countries, especially in West Africa. Okay, so it is the right thing for the Foreign Affairs Minister to have done. Now the question is, what is the way forward? Okay, going forward, we are seriously looking at the possibility of issuing a red alert, Interpol red alert.
That's right.
Okay. Engagement is also ongoing to get the cooperation.
The benefit of that is that it will limit, it will restrict his movement. Wherever he finds himself, he will not be able to move from one country to the next.
Absolutely.
That's what the red alert will do for him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we can also seek the cooperation of Russia. Even though there's no extradition treaty, based on the principle of reciprocity, okay, we can get them to cooperate with us.
The ambassador has hinted at that, that because it's also a crime in their country, they would definitely want to cooperate.
Or even trial him in absentia. So there are options that is being closely looked at going forward. But to sum it up, I think Ghanaians need to realize that they have to take their personal
except the route of trial and absentia it's not that simple as we all seem to say it. That because he's not around, you just go to court and you try somebody in absentia. It doesn't happen that way. But let's try it and see what effect.
We're exploring all.
This was supposed to be for your preliminary comment, but I can see there's so much interest on the subject And Hajia wants to say something again quickly in some 30 seconds.
Yes, so in 30 seconds, I wanted to say the fact that there are already some foreigners in this country who use some hotels and video these our women and put it on certain apps. So this is the man who put it out there, and it was just on social media, TikTok. But there are other apps, and if you go and you watch, you even pay to watch. And it's our
but that's what he's also doing.
Yes.
So what we have seen is the one that is allowed on some of these social media pages.
Is our responsibility.
The really nude activities are not allowed. So that one is what he monetizes privately.
Yes. So it's our responsibility as Ghanaians. Even security people at hotels and others, we are always stressing on the fact that Ghana police is your friend.
Right.
If you see something fishy, just alert the authorities.
Right. So it's about someone seeing something and saying something.
Yes.
But someone seeing something and liking the something and following the something, how do we deal with that situation?
Yes.
Well, Hajia made a big call, and her call is that for all of you who are sharing these videos, what's in it for you? I mean, what's going on in your mind? Why are you sharing it? And some of you that are shaming the women involved, can you think beyond that? Okay? And, okay. Well, remember that it is not only the guy who took the videos and shared who is liable for the offense of disclosure of intimate, images without consent. You, the one who is also circulating, you are equally guilty. And when you are put before the court, you don't face a lesser sentence. You face the same. The potential of going to jail for about 10 to 25 years. So please advise yourself, and let's help our sisters who find themselves in this unfortunate situation. She says the state should also look at TikTok and all the social media, completely taking down these images for these women because they are going through a traumatizing time. This is Newsfile. We will be right back.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, strong, tough.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Life can be giving it to you with like that, and everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted, safe to save them. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
Strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. I'll share a couple of comments that you have brought in respect of this very, very, very harrowing situation and traumatizing circumstances that all the victims will find themselves in, whether they were at fault or not. Something definitely has to be done. And Kingsley says that it appears to me the only issue that is criminal in the chain of actions that he perpetrated on the ladies is his recording of their intimate acts and sharing it online, of course, without their consent. That is criminal and must be dealt with as such. As to him chasing the ladies or luring them to accept him to the point of sharing intimacy with them, that is their own issue based on their own morality and integrity. If they did so because of their economic vulnerability, that is their choice. Exposing the nudity of a partner, whether casual or married, is unlawful. Yes, according to the Cybersecurity Act. unless there is consent. Without that, what you're doing is not permitted by law. Kojo says, I don't mean to be controversial, but can we take a minute and ask whether all these women are indeed victims? I ask this because this Russian is clearly a pornographer. He plans, produces, and shoots pornographic content. He didn't just enter Ghana and try his luck with Ghanaian women. Is it not more likely that he advertised, recruited, and paid willing Ghanaian women to pretend to have chance encounters with him that result in sex? I ask this because such content does exist on the internet. Yes, Hajia mentioned that. Such content does exist on the internet. It is filmed by willing professionals who pretend to be unaware that they are being filmed just to feed into the fantasies of voyeuristic men. So bearing in mind that none of the Ghanaian women seen in these videos has actually lodged a complaint or made a report about being filmed without their consent and the content being illegally distributed, are we not jumping the gun by simply assuming that a crime has been committed here? Okay, that's an interesting question. Okay. Manche Bruce II says that the recent video shared by a Russian individual featuring unsuspecting Ghanaian women is deeply concerning. I urge our Foreign Affairs Minister to engage with the Russian government to take decisive action against him. Of course, the state has started all these processes. Those sharing the videos are also culpable and should be pursued by the Cybersecurity Authority, correct? As Dean of Students and a gender advocate, I find the video disturbing and call for its immediate removal from all platforms. Thank you for supporting Haji's call. We must also advise Ghanaian women, especially those married, to exercise caution when interacting with men they barely know. So this is from Professor E. Bruce Amate Jr., Dean of Students, TTU. All right. Dr. Ashigbe says that, we need to also educate the bloggers who are procuring clicks at the expense of victims of sexual exploitation. Some of us will not sit idle. We are going to report these activities to the Ghana Police Service and the Cybersecurity Authority. We need to stop being insensitive. Will they be happy pushing these women to suicide? And some of them, you ask, do they have sisters? Do they have mothers? I can't believe why you would, you are doing what? Blogging. And so you would take this and you spread it again. Are you okay? This is bad. So thank you. Dr. Ken Ashigbe says we should also warn them. And the Cybersecurity Authority should get hard on those bloggers as well, because if they are also sharing it, they are equally guilty. This one says that, sadly, we live in an autopiloted country where nobody cares about what somebody does. It's all about chronic gratification and self-aggrandizement, hence the incessant erosion of our core traditional value system. All these happenings of sexual exploitation and chronic appetite for social is clear trait of an overzealous Generation Z population. Let us accept the painful reality that Ghana's security architecture is leaking with so much risk. Yakubu Mohammed Imoro Akuba Chambers in Walawale sent in that one. So I told you, whilst you may see it as a mundane issue, people are very concerned. And Raymond says that this thing is about the situation of vulnerability and it hinges on poverty or lack of upbringing, good upbringing. My friends have told me of stories of guys attending a funeral in the village and going round and sweet talking a few ladies, invite a few ladies to visit them at specified times in their hotels. Wait, majority will appear and give in for small change. Poverty, naivety, and morals are the issues here that we have to look at. So also confirming that this is not actually new, but we have identified that this is wrong, so we need to deal with it. This one says that, good morning, please. Okay, that's Kanashigbe's message again being sent by my producers. Thank you very much. And for those that have not been able to read your messages, forgive me about that because we need to move on, but let's take the education. This is wrong. And nobody should also be promoting it. Now, still talking about security. 8 Ghanaians are dead in Burkina Faso. 3 in critical condition. What did they go there to do? Not a Russian invited them there for any purpose. They went there to get tomatoes that we don't have enough. And because of the current situation, we're even told that Ghana may get into a tomato scarcity situation because much of the tomato we use, we go to bring them from Burkina Faso. So women who are into this trade went to Burkina Faso, and this is what they have had to face: death by jihadists. Maybe on this note, we'll begin with Professor Kwesi Enin, who is taking government on for not getting intel in good time and preempting by issuing the necessary cautions to Ghanaians. Prof, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Right. Why are you blaming the states? Why are you blaming government for failure in this?
No, I haven't blamed the government. I've said 2 things. One, that when your citizens travel, or you know that you have your citizens traveling to dangerous areas, first you issue a travel advisory. And I asked your producer, or one of the producers from Joy FM, to check if there had ever been a travel advisory. And I think he couldn't produce it for me. So my conclusion was that that was a failure of sorts in not cautioning and warning people from going to Burkina Faso. Subsequently, government issued a travel advisory, which I think was useful. But after that statement, I got all kinds of responses that, the embassy in Ouagadougou advised people not to, advised people because I don't know the content. Then I've questioned people, was it an oral advice or it was a written advice? Because, you see, we need to learn from everything that happened. So that is my first comment. The second is that if we know that people travel to Burkina Faso to buy tomatoes, and that as the Burkina government establishes its own tomato factories and mops up its production, people have to go further and further into Burkina Faso. Then it raises several very disturbing questions. One, we know that until sometime late last year, when the government managed to get about 71.4% control over their territory, for a very long time, more than 60% of Burkina Faso, particularly the northern part, were all under terrorist control, particularly Islamic State in the Greater Sahel and JNIM. Now, these two groups were allies and driven by the desire for territory, for resources, and for control, split up, fought amongst themselves, and sought to occupy more territory. And last night, I gave one of your producers a copy of some work I had done showing the sheer number or frequency of terrorist attacks in that part of Burkina Faso. So if having an external security agency, that is a research department, and having advised Ghanaians, if we take the argument from Ouagadougou and from those who are talking, that some advice was given, then I think something is only natural for our analysts to say, look, how do ordinary Ghanaian tomato farmers negotiate to get their way into territories that a sovereign government's armed forces find difficult to penetrate or to control? How do they negotiate? What do they use to negotiate? So as the Ghanaian state, we may learn something from the tomato traders. Either some intelligence for the Ghanaian state, but also to find out whether they are engaging in what we call attack trade. Attack trade basically means that during periods of instability or war, when you want to cross into enemy territory, because of the nature of the violence and the conflict, we may need to say, bring us some soya beans, some gari, some powdered fufu, some medications, and we use that as barter to allow access.
Prof,
now, the argument that they showed Ghana card and Ghana card gave them access is just a story from.
Let me read back part of the statements you made in the course of the week. You said that when a state fails its people at their critical point of need, words of sympathy almost don't mean anything. For our people to voluntarily travel to a war zone in search of livelihood, and this is happening, you clearly say the state has failed. That's the question I'm asking.
Yeah, but don't you think there's a failure that in a fertile country like Ghana, we travel to a desert to go and buy tomatoes when the Pualugu tomato factory is there, when Akomadan is there? And I've just come from traveling along the border.
But Prof, this is a normal trip that the women have been doing in and out. How was the state supposed to think otherwise? Is there something special that has happened that would have given any indications that this was something that could have been prompted and preempted?
I think so. And let me say why. Look, terrorists are as smart and calculating as the two of us. We know that although the Accra Initiative was in existence, in the last period around 2023-24, that tensions had already begun to emerge between the Ghana government and the Burkina government, because the regime in power then had erroneously sought to sell the Burkinabes to the Americans, that they were using their mines for Russian military aid. We had to go and eat humble pie. Now, immediate Traore came here, and a special envoy was appointed. That meant that there was some rapprochement between the new government of Ghana and then the Burkinabe government. In the calculus of the terror, even if we were perceived as friends, because the two governments then between the MPP-led government and Traore were not friendly, in the calculus of the terrorists, well, these two governments now become friends, and therefore we cannot trust the Ghanaians anymore. Okay, so this is not rocket science. Okay.
Okay. So let's take it. Granted that the steps and actions we're seeing are belated, do you have confidence in them to change anything?
Confidence in
the processes that have, started.
Well, I think the foreign minister is talking about deepening the relationship. About 3 weeks ago, there was a very important meeting in Accra that didn't get much publicity, in which the Ghana government led a process that says, how do we build better partnerships and collaboration amongst ourselves, sharing intelligence and all that. So some process has begun. But you see, sharing information becomes key. And the speed with which critical information is shared becomes even more important. So, the detail will come out when we are faced with a crisis. But what has happened, it's important that we learn some lessons from it. And that when there's intelligence, there are assessments, there are conclusions, that those conclusions are passed on, particularly to identify groups whose actions, innocent or otherwise, can put them in danger.
Thank you, Prof.
I think there are lessons that we can learn.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Hold on there. So, Inusa, as you can tell, Prof is not amused at all. And Dr. Bawumia also had to say that Ghanaian traders must not be left to such peril as they go about their trade. I urge government to deepen intelligence collaboration with all our neighbors to ensure Ghanaians are protected wherever they find themselves. A well-established framework for preventing and countering violent extremism and terrorism should be strengthened. Once again, another issue that we can't discuss again without looking at it from political lenses. The former Defense Minister, Dominic Nitiwul, says that the government must be explaining to us what happened. He says he thinks the government has not yet come out. We want a detailed explanation either by the Foreign Minister or by the Defense Minister. That's why I kept on calling that the President should have appointed a Defense Minister, because by this time, the Minister for Defense should have been on the flight to Burkina Faso with his team.
Nitiwul said that?
Yes.
To fight the Burkinabe government or what? It's not the state of Burkina Faso that attacks the traders. These are terrorists. Burkina Faso, like Dr. Enin has said, is also trying to contain them. They don't appear when you think that they will appear. You can't predict their movement, can you? It's unfortunate that they appeared and attacked our traders. They could be any other traders. They could be Burkina Faso traders. They were not targeting Ghanaians. They wanted to send fear and show that they are in control. They are still around. So we know, and everybody knows, that the Sahel area is a security, poses a security threat to countries down the coast. We all know. In fact, as a member of parliament and a member of the EU ACP parliament, we discussed this severally. EU came out with a strategy to contain. But the place is so fragile that governments there are unstable. And so you see, you are dealing with a volatile situation that will require all the African countries, probably, to come together like a coalition of the willing to deal with distance. They have appeared in Ghana before. They've strayed into Ghana. Even if they don't come directly into Ghana, they've caused disruptions in their country, and the spillover has come to Ghana. You remember the Boale area. What happened? So you see, what has happened is very unfortunate. And I like the question you put to. This is an ancient trade route. It's an ancient trade route. All of us have used that route. Into Burkina Faso, into Paga, into Sankasi. It's an ancient trade route. And traders have used that to, at times, people used to go, I mean, when we didn't have essential commodities, we used to call them, you remember? Saturday, Sunday, we would leave our schools and then go follow that route into Burkina Faso and buy their condensed milk. Yeah. And those things. It's an old route. And traders who see that, I mean, that's all that business is about. You try to go to where prices are lower to buy the stuff so that you can transport them. And the African Union recognizes that, ECOWAS recognizes that there must be free movement of people and goods. We recognize that. But that is being challenged.
Actually, ECOWAS is backing a full probe into the killing of the Ghanaian traders.
Yes, because free. But that's been challenged by the insecurity. And we know that Burkina Faso by itself, Traoré came to power largely because he felt that the previous administration was not doing much to contain the security threat to Burkina Faso. What are we as ECOWAS doing to assist Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali to contain the security threats? This is very, very unfortunate. It should not have happened, but it's happened. And we need to sympathize with the people who were caught by circumstances far beyond their control.
You are suggesting that Dominic Nitu may have gotten it wrong, but a former deputy, defense minister, Kofi Amankwa-Menu, also says if you have a substantive minister, it becomes easier for him to deal with the Ministry of Defense from the other front. The defense minister sits as a member of the Security Council. There are issues about the Ghana Armed Forces that a substantive minister will have to carry to the council. If you don't have that, it becomes a problem. You think they are misfiring by saying the absence of a defense minister is also not helping.
They are misfiring when you ask the question, how will a substantive defense minister have prevented the occurrence of what has happened? That's how it will reveal to you that they are misfiring. The matter never happened within our territorial area. Ghana defense or military, the jurisdiction of Ghana's military is limited to the territorial area in Ghana. What you could argue and probably give that, some level of credibility is to say, well, maybe our intelligence agencies are not talking to each other well enough. Because if they were talking to each other, the Burkinabe intelligence agencies would have informed them that they picked movement.
The suggestion is that this would have been done through the defense minister.
No. The defense ministry is not part of, even though it's part of the intelligence, but we have got a separate...
They are not talking about defense ministry, because there's a deputy who is still there. They are saying the defense minister.
Oh, but I'm not talking about... He's not the national security coordinator. Defense minister is not the national security coordinator. I'm talking about the national security architecture headed by a national security coordinator. And that is responsible for gathering of intelligence. And I'm saying that if the intelligence units of the various agencies or various countries were talking to each other, probably they would have alerted us that this area is too risky for your traders to come in the first place. So can you work to prevent your traders from using that route?
But when did that place become risky? Has it not been risky always?
No, because
for a long time.
The people, you must understand that these are terrorists. They are not stationary. If they were stationary, they would have been rooted by now.
It's symmetrical.
No, they are not. They move.
Okay, so let Abid come in.
Yeah.
So, how could this have been preempted from your security, standpoint?
Well, thank you. First of all, let me give a background to what is going on. I have had the opportunity of perusing the Global Terrorism Index reports. Their latest was published in 2025 by the Institute for Economics and Peace. I'll read you some sections of the report. It says, terrorism in the Sahel region has increased significantly, with deaths rising nearly tenfold since 2019. In 2024, the Sahel accounted for 51% of all terrorism deaths globally, while overall conflict deaths in the region exceeded 25,000 for the first time since the inception of the index. Of these, 3,885 were attributed to terrorism. Terrorism deaths here are now 10 times higher than in 2019, and the Sahel region remains the global epicenter of terrorism, accounting for over half of all terrorism-related deaths in 2024, with the number of countries affected actually increasing. 5 of the 10 countries most impacted by terrorism in this region. Although Burkina Faso remains the most affected country, both deaths and attacks declined, falling by 21 and 57% respectively. However, the country is still responsible for a fifth of all terrorism deaths globally. As a counterterrorism specialist, Samson, I've done a lot of work in this area. I have sat on an Okada from Burkina Faso into Ghana. I have done a great deal of assessment in the area, and I have first-hand understanding of what is going on there. You read a statement from Dr. Baumia talking about deepening ties with our neighbors. It's a good call, but you remember what the former president went to say in Washington, that there were activities of Wagner and all that in Burkina Faso, and it didn't go down well with them. And it strained our ties until His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was elected. A lot of work has gone into mending those ties. That is why I was not surprised in the first place when Traore came to town. And a lot of commentary went into that. But the thing is, we cannot fight it alone. You see, because of the tightly knit nature of our society within the West African subcontinent, whatever happens in one country can easily spill over into another country. That is why sub-regional and international cooperation is extremely key. It is very regrettable that this has happened. And I must say, I have spoken with sources, with different stakeholders, from national security to civil society organizations. And I do know for a fact, with documentary evidence, that a lot of work had gone into that already, because it is not the first time. And I'm going to use this opportunity to correct a lot of misconceptions out there with no facts that they attacked Ghanaians. No, they didn't attack Ghanaians. And there is sufficient evidence to prove that they didn't attack Ghanaians. And the National Security Coordinator is up to the task. And a lot of work is being done in that regard. You see, the way you manage situations when things happen is extremely critical. So first and foremost, when the incident happened, the Ghana and Burkinabe authorities sprang to action. There was a visit to the Ghana consulate in Burkina Faso by the Deputy Burkina Faso Foreign Affairs Minister and the National Security Coordinator. Quickly, in partnership with the Ghana authorities, a befitting burial was organized in a marked grave for those who were killed. Those who were hurt were quickly evacuated to 37 Military Hospital. And those who survived, when they entered Ghana, were given both chaplain and psychological support. Logistic support was also given and various stakeholders have in the past been engaged, including Tomato Sellers Association, the transport associations, on matters concerning their safety when they get out of jurisdiction, because like I indicated, it is not the first time. For example, in 2019, 2 Ghanaian drivers were killed in a terrorist attack close to the Burkina Faso-Mali border. The acting chairman of the Joint Association of Port Transport Union, one Alhaji Shamsu Baba Yaro, disclosed this to Ghana's media. The 2 Ghanaians were even named, one Mohammed Mumin and Suleiman Garba. Also, 2 Ghanaians were killed in Mali some time ago near a town called Kalana, close to the border with Guinea. In 2023, for the first time, Samson, Jenin issued a threat through its propaganda media wing to Ghana over the repatriation of some Fulanis from Ghana. So this is not new. And I can say confidently with documentary proof that the national security and other stakeholders have been engaged repeatedly. There are letters to that effect. But sometimes these things happen. Unfortunately,
what do you mean by have been engaged repeatedly? What does that mean?
They have been engaged on certain protocols. You see, it is not everything you put out there. Sometimes you would have to target. You see, when you put it all out there, you might teach or show the terrorists how to change their.
So when you say they have been engaged, does that mean that gave us the opportunity to preempt this?
Absolutely.
So this could have been preempted?
Like I indicated, okay, a lot was preempted in the past. It is very regrettable that this wasn't preempted. Yeah. Even though a lot of work, advisories were issued in the past. Okay? And that area is quite...
So that what? You sit in your country and then you preempt, a security situation in another country. Is that it?
No. If there is a deep sense of collaboration between Ghana and Burkina Faso, we are able to preempt some of these things from happening in the first place, okay? In some instances...
What will the preemption, what form will it take? And in the past, when it happened, what form did it take?
Well, it can be based on intelligence reports. That points to the fact that terrorists intend attacking a certain facility and so take immediate steps.
Within a certain time?
Within a certain time, okay? And this doesn't only even happen between countries, amongst countries within the sub-region, even international partners who have ears on the ground.
So if the security intelligence get to know that, what do they do?
Immediately, they action. They engage relevant stakeholders.
So that they would have gone to these traders and say, don't go to Burkina.
Don't go at this time.
All right.
Or use that route. Okay? Or take certain measures that I might not be able to say on TV. Okay. Ensure this doesn't happen.
Or travel
and you know,
at all.
Samson, the thing is, because I come from a civil society background, I have a lot of information from Burkina Faso. As a matter of fact, I have persons who are on the list of the media propaganda distribution list of these terrorist groups, including Jenin. And so based on open source information, this attack was coordinated and it wasn't only targeted at the Ghanaians. Different sites were attacked on that day. Some attacked the arterial roads, just like it is happening in Mali. In some cases, the terrorists have a tight noose around the capital to ensure that supplies don't get in, they don't go out, because they know it is a function of the state. It makes the state effective, okay? So they attack the arterial roads. Some attacked telecommunication networks, whilst another group attacked a market where the Ghanaians were. So it was not only Ghanaians who were killed in that attack. Many others, including a military barracks, was attacked that day. Okay, so civilians were killed, soldiers were killed. And after that, Jenim issued a video praising their soldiers for that attack and even indicating the number of persons they had killed. In some cases, they go to communities and attack civilians because, one, they want to send a clear message that you dare not cooperate with government. They want to instill fear.
Do you see anything concrete happening on the back of this that will stop any future occurrence?
Absolutely. The Ghana authorities are in constant touch with the Burkinabes. In fact, on Thursday, our Foreign Affairs Minister, Honorable Sam Okudzeto-Ablakwa, arrived in Ouagadougou, and he was received by the Burkinabe Foreign Affairs Minister. A lot of work is going into this. Investigation has started, but let's be mindful of the fact that this is jurisdictional in nature. Titao is over 300 kilometers from Paga. You don't just, so when I hear people talking about some of these issues, I cringe because you don't just dispatch investigators to Burkina Faso. No, it has to be done in line with certain practices, okay? Because we are talking about Ghanaians going into Burkina Faso. And we are, I must say, without mincing words, that the government is getting almost a perfect cooperation from the Burkinabe counterparts, and progress is being made. I cannot say all on TV, but surely a lot of lessons have been learned, and going forward, certain practices would have to change to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
All right. Zabuama, from where you sit, I saw you nodding when I read Dominic Nitiwu's statement and that of your other colleague, former Deputy Defense Minister. From where you sit, it does look like the absence of a substantive defense minister is to blame for everything going on.
Samson, not necessarily, but why don't we have a substantive defense minister since the demise of our...
What will the substantive do that the ministry cannot do presently?
Why did we create that ministry? Why do we appoint ministers in those stead? You have a minister for finance, whom you have doubled as the minister for defense. Already at the Ministry of Finance, things are not working. He's facing challenges.
Yeah, Cocoa people.
We in Parliament, we've not even seen the Minister for Finance, who is also a member of Parliament, for over a month. The minister is overly engaged. And you have this at hand. Both Minister for Environment and Defense are dead. How many months down the line? And up to today, you've not appointed minister. Why do we have the Ministry for Defense?
But there's a
substantive deputy from a deputy.
There's a deputy. There's also the Interior Minister. There's a Foreign Affairs Minister.
This is where the problem is. We are having structural security breakdown because you see, when you have a Minister for Interior, whom you have also doubled as Minister in charge of National Security, already at the Interior Ministry, domestically, we are having challenges. Now you also have a Minister for Finance who is doubling for Minister for Defense. And all of these in terms of the intelligence gathering, the movement, the assignment of military personnel, you don't have the Ministry of Interior providing security at our borders. That is a function of the Defense Ministry. And so this whole thing is a problem, not only putting the blame or the challenge at the appointment of a minister, but it is imperative that we get a Minister for Defense. Else, why do you have the ministry? But importantly, from the submission of my colleague here, there are lots of inconsistencies. The first point is that they did not attack Ghanaians.
Only Ghanaians.
Only Ghanaians. No, he said that attack, there is a narrative to suggest that the terrorists targeted Ghanaians. and he's trying to establish that they did not.
Is that not a fact?
The information that we have is that before they were attacked, they took the identification. They knew they were Ghanaians before they attacked them.
They were on a rampage.
No. They knew their identity as Ghanaians. So if they had no intention of killing the Ghanaians, they would have let them go. So you cannot single out the fact that...
He's not saying that they didn't intend to kill Ghanaians. What I heard him say, and you have repeated, is that they didn't target Ghanaians.
But,
so there were other casualties.
So when they identified that they were Ghanaians, if the jihadists don't have a reason because of whatever information is available to them, the fact that Ghana's position today encouraging the relationship or supporting the work of the Burkinabe government, and so if jihadists have issues with the government, they would reasonably see Ghanaians as a means of attack.
So that's
that
your
they
point.
Exactly so.
That's President Mahama or Ghana's relationship with Tuareg is to blame.
They are all mixed and they are all part. These are all matters that if you are talking about your intelligence and security briefing and the relationship, our foreign relationship and our engagement with our partners in those countries, we should also be careful about the way we respond to these things.
What happened to good neighborliness? What should the government of Ghana be doing? Say that because you are undemocratic, we don't want to have anything to do with you. Is that it?
No.
Okay.
We've had several instances where there have been military juntas across West Africa. There's been position of ECOWAS in these matters. Governments of Ghana have always called for these countries to come back to multi-party democracy. But then, if you put a posture whereby you go ahead and endorse to the extent that in celebrating your independence, you invite that government into your territory, into your celebration with arms on him, then what kind of security signal are you giving to the nation? And secondly, he talked about intelligence and preempting these matters. How come we did not get this intelligence? What has been the tribal advisory that we've been talking about? If your intelligence is apt and right, you would have sent signals to Ghanaians that because of this situation, our review have indicated that there are heightened security concerns, and so travelers be guided. Why are we now issuing travel advisory today and not then? If our security was on point.
It was.
What
advisories were issued.
When?
In fact, advisories were targeted advisories were issued to who? To stakeholders, like I indicated, the tomato sellers, the transport unions.
When?
Even as early as this year, travel advisories were issued. And you know, it wasn't constricted to just Burkina Faso.
No.
Even traders going to Togo, Mali, and other places were all engaged.
Burkina Faso. We know what is happening in Togo, and the travel advisories, when the problem started in Togo, we knew how governments responded by putting up those advisory. I have checked. Questioning indicators saying that he asked your team to check if there had been previous issuance of travel advisories to our people, and there was none. So if you tell me travel advisories are not hidden, they are public documents.
It depends.
No.
It depends.
If you are
we could have targeted advisories.
But
we have public
tomato farmers. To tomato farmers,
sellers,
traders, to tomato traders, this wouldn't be a secret advisory to them. It would have been a public information to them. So where we are coming from is that there has been a government failure in this. You see, it is not for political gains. It is for us to check because there are Ghanaians who are dead.
So what does the minority want to be done?
We have said that there's much more to what we are
First
doing.
appoint a defense minister, then what?
That is something I'm surprised the president, how many months down the line has not. And I know, as we speak now, he is taking counsel in that regard.
He had promised that after the Christmas festivities, New Year festivities,
He did.
He would do that.
And this is where we are
in
today.
February.
Yes. You see, so there is more to the information we are receiving from government.
Okay.
So the call is for government. Parliament have asked the minister to come and give a briefing to us.
Right.
We've also asked for a bipartisan committee to look into it more so that we can get the sides of all stakeholders, because we need to also protect and preempt future occurrences. If my brother's source tells him that government is doing well, we need to test it. Because to you, government might be doing their best. But maybe when we all have the opportunity, if I say we, I mean those who matter in terms of the security conversation, there might be other concerns or advice that could also come on board to make it better. All I want to see is that this situation doesn't happen again. All we want to see is that government should react faster, should respond quickly to these matters. And our posturing as well in terms of our other countries like Burkina and the rest, we should also be mindful and guided,
right? So
that we don't cause.
So, as we understand it, for 2024, vegetable products, in going and bringing them, we did as much as $98 million. Electrical equipment, I'm talking about from Burkina Faso, 11.2 million. Chemical products, 1 million. Iron and steel, 26,000 US dollars. Vehicle parts, 151,000 US dollars.
Okay, so the cost of production in Ghana sometimes and most at times is very high. And then we usually also do a lot of wastages. We produce tomatoes in Ghana. And another one, we are not also used in patronizing Ghana goods because Ghana have tomatoes. But if you go to the market, most people will prefer Burkina Faso tomatoes. Not just tomatoes. We are bringing in garden eggs from Burkina Faso. We are bringing in beans and others. If you go to the market, even the market women will tell you Burkina Faso beans, yeah, they're saying Ghana beans. They will tell you they will tell you this is tastier than this. So it's a very big worry as a country when we import more than we produce. We also intend to do a lot of wastages when the seasons come in. We don't have this spirit of preserving our products. Our yams come in season and they go to waste. Our plantains come in season and they go to waste. Our cucumbers, we have everything, virtually everything. God has blessed Mother Ghana so much that we have everything. But we frequently depend on others and making others richer than our own selves. It is a very big worry that our women are also not safe, even internally. So what they sought to do is, even those who are bringing the tubers of yam, take the buses and label their yams and give it to the truck drivers because they are not safe. So even internally, we are failing Ghanaian women. So it is a wake-up call to all of us that the government should protect Ghanaian women and children, because every market woman or businesswoman wakes up at dawn. Some even stay days on buses just to be able to bring food to our...
What are your solutions? What are you thinking about? What can the government do about that they are traveling to bring goods
Increasing of security. They should also help us tighten securities at certain vantage points. They should provide...
The cases you are talking about, they didn't happen in your jurisdiction.
I'm now focusing internally because even internally, women are still suffering at our borders. Some are being raped. Some are being, their monies have been taken away from them. Some lost their kids and all that. So if we are able to provide security internally for some of these women, provide factories. Our tomato factory is still in cans. It's not being used. We should set up small factories for these women. Some of our products can be preserved and made in good use when we are out of stock or when we are out of season. So I think the government has to help the women of Ghana.
What do you say about this comment from Frank Anderson Jr.? He says, across the world, at least in civilized democracies, when terrorist attacks claim the lives of citizens, political divisions are set aside and there is unified, unequivocal condemnation from all sides. It is deeply irresponsible to exploit acts of terror that have taken innocent lives for political gain. At moments like these, basic decency and ethical standards should rise above partisan interests.
Perfectly said. And this is a very big worry when it comes to certain issues in Ghana here. This is not to win political points.
A while ago, you were talking about the failures, what you see as failures on the part of the government in not providing sufficient security.
If government is general, it's general. I'm not politicizing it. It's general. But government can do more for us as citizens. We should put aside NDC, MPP, United Party. It is us as a whole. We expect the government to do more. But we are not pinpointing at a personality.
Okay.
Yes, so it's a very big worry. And internationally, there are so many things that are going on to support even women. So there is much to be done. I'm not pinpointing to one person, but as a whole, as a country, we can do more to protect our women.
A lot of these traders from Ghana and even logistics companies are aware of the situation in Burkina Faso. I know drivers from logistics firms here in Takoradi who haul to and from Burkina Faso, and they return with stories of how Burkinabe soldiers have to offer them protection through some spots, etc. If Adib is saying there have been targeted advisory notices, I will agree with him.
Yeah. In fact, that's why I'm surprised that we are trying to read into what has happened. Now, if Burkina Faso security themselves pick information that the bandits or terrorists are going to be operating within a certain specific area within their territory, they send soldiers to protect people. This was totally an exercise that caught everybody by surprise, and that's how terrorists operate. They catch you by surprise. But within the larger conversation, actually, I like what Ajia has said. Growing up, I grew up knowing that if you wanted tomatoes in Ghana, go to Afrencho. You know Afrencho? What has happened? Then we did a dam, Navrongo. If you wanted tomatoes, go there. So what has happened? Dam. So it's total failure. Maybe Feed Ghana, if they are listening to us. Again, market women go to Burkina Faso because of price differentials. So if we are able to use Afrencho, revamp our tomato production via revamp, they will not go to. In fact,
just like the cocoa down.
Yes.
The people in Côte d'Ivoire, they are getting about almost 1,000 cedis extra when you compare the price that we are giving to our cocoa farmers.
Yes.
Even though, as we understand, they are also thinking of cutting the price like Ghana has done.
So the people will move. But if we take our destiny into our own hands and produce, like Danlati said, produce what we eat and eat what we produce, put our arable lands under cultivation, we will minimize and mitigate some of this risk. Because the borders are porous. You mentioned the imports from Burkina Faso. You didn't mention cattle. I farm around Yagba. Okay, I can tell you during the harvesting season of the rice, you find Burkinabés just trooping into Ghana with their herds of cattle. They don't go through borders. So that itself poses some security threat to our country. But
Professor Enin, the call from people like Anderson who have sent in messages about a unified, front rather than a polarized front and an attempt by the opposition to take advantage of this to make the government look bad. And also Emmanuel, who sends the message about the fact that even those dealing with haulage logistic companies sometimes get soldiers or security personnel from Burkina side to offer them protection. What do you have to say about these?
Well, very quickly, Samson, I think the call for a unified response is very timely. All this talk about making political, gains, the fact that the interior minister's remit ends at Paga. Every single Ghanaian minister's power ends at Paga. The fact that there's no defense minister doesn't mean that it contributed to what happened. And that if we had a defense minister, he could just get on a plane, go to Ouagadougou, and then do what? The President of the Republic of Ghana can clothe any minister with the appropriate powers to represent him in a foreign country to have a conversation. So I think we should move beyond this emotional blackmail and disingenuous interpretation of what has happened.
I'm talking about Emmanuel also, who is suggesting that some Ghanaians who are doing this business of haulage actually get Burkinabe security to give them protection. And he's also suggesting that the targeted security advisory that, Adib speaks about may be true. What do you know?
Look, in a sovereign state, the government tries as much as possible to demonstrate power effectiveness reach. So in Burkina Faso, some of my former colleagues go to Burkina Faso, sometimes by road. And occasionally they've heard that, look, there's an attack here, so stop. So providing escort is not a big deal. There's nothing special about that. We've seen Burkinabe military equipment going up north, escorted by Ghanaian security. Okay, so if the Burkinabes do this, it's a natural reflection of government's determination to exhibit some effectiveness, reach of power, because we know that about 30 to 40% of the country is under terrorist control.
How much of President Mohammed's accommodation of Tuareg, even appointing an ambassador for the Sahel, can be said to contribute to the attack?
Well, it can possibly. I think it's played a role. And therein lies the poverty of the analysis from the Ghana side as to how a particular, policy can have unintended impacts. I know when I say this, those assessments have been made, but we never see them. Okay, immediately Traore came here, and an envoy was appointed. Extremely useful steps when Gbeblo Latte was appointed as the envoy to the AES, because there was no trust. But building trust or re-establishing trust also meant that others would interpret it in a different way. And I think the failure to do this analysis and provide possible responses and options for government and the people of Ghana to use, therein lies where I think the intelligence have failed us.
Okay. Interesting comments there. I need to take a break here. We return to our next issue to look at. But okay, so the two of you, everybody is putting their hand up. 30 seconds each.
Okay, so I can state emphatically that if we had a defense minister, I don't think it could have averted this. It is regrettable. It is very unfortunate. But you see, what is the role of a defense minister? Policy. Actioning government's policies so far as the defense architecture is concerned. But he doesn't do it alone. He has a deputy. There are military chiefs. His role might not entirely be direct operational. So in my opinion, as a security practitioner, I do know that there is no correlation whatsoever between not having a defense minister and what had happened in the police. And a quick one, there are some escorts, like Prof has indicated, okay? But when they get to the border, then the Burkinabes take over. Burkina Faso is not a failed state, okay? We can only advise, we can only share intelligence, but we cannot teach them how to run their country, okay? So sometimes some of these lapses happen. And to finalize things, sub-regional unity is extremely critical in fostering peace and security. We cannot jettison Burkina Faso.
Okay, Boama.
So I think the call based on the question on the opposition or the minority's view of the appointment of a defense minister is viewed not in respect to the incident that happened in Burkina Faso, but as a matter of a national concern. So that is the angle where we have always, because we started raising this before the incident happened in Burkina.
So the former defense minister, the former deputy defense minister, they should raise it but not link it to this.
No, so it was only brought in direct in connection with this, only to the extent that if you have your defense ministry fully equipped, including the substantive minister, it could help. But importantly, I don't want us to have this conversation suggesting that there's been a partisan approach to this, trying to take political capital. No, we're talking about lives of innocent Ghanaians. And we're taking government on to ensure that government takes steps to forestall future occurrences. And so the minority or the MPP have not postured to an extent that you want to blame government for the cause of it. But we are looking at the lapses, the weaknesses that we foresee. And so let's look at it from that as well. We are all adding them to the point that it is about lives of Ghanaians. Anything that the state has to do to protect Ghanaians here and outside, we need to take that into consideration.
Thank you very much. And if you're just joining us, you've been listening, watching Professor Kwesi Ening, security analyst, Adib Sani, security analyst, got me some nice cappuccino at the airport some time ago. Hajia Gloria Amenu is National Women's Organizer, United Party. Inusa Fuseni is lawyer MP, former MP Tamale Central and former Minister of the Republic. Isaac Buamanyako is lawyer, MP Afia, and member of the Finance, Environment, Science, Technology, and House Committees of Parliament. This is Newsfile. We will be right back. You know, I don't know. The cocoa debate doesn't seem to, vanish. And talking about this Burkina issue, I don't know what briefly you may want to say about the events surrounding the cocoa board. So maybe we do that. Let me do a 2 minutes each with you on that before we come to our next issue about Ofori-Atta of the red notice of Interpol and the CJ's dismissal of the petitions. As we can see, they are picketing at the cocoa board and a whole lot is happening. The cocoa board themselves, we have heard the announcement of pay cuts, as in solidarity to what is going on. let me start with your Inus of Seni.
What
the problem is not resolved. It doesn't look like. We spent 2 hours last week discussing it here. So it doesn't seem resolved.
The resolution of the problems of Cocoa Board is not going to be a 9-day wonder. It requires structural reforms to deal with the inefficiencies in that trading institution. And also financial management. I mean, we see a lot of reckless, wasteful expenditure that has characterized the activities of past administrations of Cocoa Board. So we need to deal with that. For a very long time, we have said that a trading institution like Cocoa Board need not be running at losses. No. And where the losses can be raked up to about 32 billion, it's totally unacceptable. Now, I sympathize with the workers. I mean, if the institution were being run prudently, savings would have been done, and then they could pull from the savings to augment whatever hardship that is befalling the cocoa. But there are no savings. There's a debt. And when you say that the Cocoa Board, cocoa farmers must be paid the ongoing rate and that there should not be a cut, it means that you and I, we all do sitting here, Ghanaians, must bear the cut. It means that Ghanaians must contribute to subsidizing or what if you want, augmenting the pay of the farmers or the price of cocoa. But we cannot do that.
In my take, I was asking a question. Imagine we're in an election year. Will government not have found money to cushion the cocoa farmers?
If you had a responsible government, he would not find money. He would tell them, look, we don't have money. We are where we are. To be honest with you, we have traveled a lot. And we see how things have been done.
President Mahama understands what it means to say, I am a dead goat. It cost you elections.
Yes, it cost you
elections. You are saying that if this had happened in an election year, you will still go ahead and cut 30%.
It will cost you elections. But when you lose elections based on conviction, where will you suffer? The conviction that this is the prudent way to manage our country. Your mama lost elections 2016 because he said that, well, we wouldn't go to the Bank of Ghana for quantitative easing. 2016, the whole of 2016, NDC, and I was a minister then, NDC did not take any money from Bank of Ghana, even though we had challenges. It was a prudent decision. We wanted to stabilize the country and ensure that the institutions work. It was not by any agreement with any international development partners. It was a commitment by government. Well, we lost. We lost elections. But it's come back stronger.
It looks like some of your people, including in Parliament, are making pronouncements that people say you are not learning from the things that get people angry, the arrogance of power. So let's take a listen to Isaac Adongo, and then I think Mahama Ayaga made some comments on the floor of Parliament. But as you already know, the executive management of Cocoa Board are taking a 20% reduction in salaries, while senior staff are taking 10% cuts in salaries. How significant is that? Let's watch this and return.
Because you think that cocoa politics is what can help your party. I can assure you that the demonstrators, we know who they are. We know who they are. We know who the demonstrators are. We know who the demonstrators are. And we know their real motivation. We know their real motivation for demonstrating. And we know that genuine cocoa farmers know that there is a world crisis. And that world crisis is definitely going to affect their bottom line, which is the income that they will earn from the cocoa sector. And so you cannot give what you don't have, even if you promised it. Even if you promised it, you cannot give what you don't have. Because what you are proposing is what you did, and you collapsed the economy of Ghana. You put Cocoa Board in debt over 36 billion Ghana cedis. Over 36 billion Ghana cedis. in terms of the debt that you push cocoa board into. All of that is the cocoa farmers' money. So we are not going to pander to those sentiments. The practical problem is there. The farmer appreciates it, and I can assure you that the farmer appreciates the solution proposed by government.
Farmers. We have heard a lot of comments from our colleagues, and they have tended all of a sudden to pretend as though they are the people who love the people of Ghana, when Ghanaians were very clear that they were enemies of Ghana and didn't want them near the Flagstaff House anymore. The bottom line of all that has happened is that some amounts were owed to cocoa farmers, and the government took a decision to repay those monies so that the cocoa buying companies can settle those outstanding obligations. I'm happy to report to you that this morning the government has released 855 million for the purposes of paying those outstanding obligations. But permit me to say, ladies and gentlemen, that we have decided to introduce a number of reforms. But those reforms that we are introducing are reforms that are long overdue. The cocoa sector has been under enormous strain over the years, and we have pretended to be servicing cocoa farmers, when in fact what we have done is to destroy the vehicle that we are using to support the cocoa farmers.
Yes, so Inisa, back to the blame game, right? We're doing politics with it. Mahama Yaraga suspects that the people who are protesting, even if they are cocoa farmers, somebody is behind. And then tells us about the 36 billion, debt that was created, that has been created. And then Isaac also holds a press conference, and the blame game is what is going on. How do we solve the problem with that?
We solve the problem by reforms. By cutting down, restructuring cocoa board itself. Because you see, it is totally unacceptable to have a trading institution like cocoa board to rake up debts for all of us to pay and put the farmers in harm's way. I like what government is doing. There are outstanding commitments. Let's deal with them. But going forward, cocoa board must not be doing cocoa roads. Why? Cocoa board must not be doing it. Two, the management of cocoa board must be reduced to a level that will make them spend only a little fraction of cocoa board cocoa resources in regulating the cocoa purchases in this country. Three, there's a fundamental problem with cocoa board. The crop services division of cocoa board is no longer there. Crop services division was responsible for monitoring the diseases that afflicted cocoa board, projecting the yields of cocoa board, ensuring that pods that could not be pollinated naturally could be done artificially, and all those things, they're gone. So we come and say that we will get 800,000 tons of cocoa, and we don't get it. We don't get it. We're 400 and something.
You said they must not be doing roads?
No.
But they are doing those roads that are supposed to be connected to make it easy for cocoa to be brought to the centers for sale. And as we understand, the money that Ayarga is actually talking about 36 billion, about 27 or 6 billion of that amount went into roads, I suppose. Is that not it?
The Ministry of Roads and Highways does roads. All roads are the property of the Ministry of Roads and Highways. So if you think that there are issues with cocoa roads, then you have money to do cocoa roads. Why don't you give the money to the Ministry of Roads and Highways, which has the technical capability to do the roads for you, to do the roads and then rake out, and give them performance indicators? Why don't you do that? You establish a department within Cocoa Board, populated with people, increase the cost of running the organization, and then you fail to deliver even on the roads. Why do you do that? I mean, you can always support another minister to deliver a service for you.
Did you say, why do you do that?
Yes.
You don't know why?
I don't know why.
That's procurement. That's procurement, and you know why.
When the minister for routes, they were doing cocoa routes.
Well, I don't want to go to that because I had a position on it, and His Excellency the President knew that I had a position on it.
That's a position you're espousing now.
Yes, I had a position on it. I thought that no, the Ministry of Roads and Highways should do the roads. Cocoa Board, if they have 50 million Ghana cedis to support in cocoa roads development, they give that money to Cocoa Board. I mean, Bank of Ghana, when they were going to do the road, the Spintex road, they didn't contract contractors to go and do it. They made a Minister of Roads take inventory and determine how much will do that road. Then they gave the money to Urban Roads to do that road. That's how they did it. And then we have that road to service them and to service the public.
They are trying to sympathize with the situation by cutting their salaries 20 and 10%. But you say it should go beyond that, structural and so on. We understand that the staff strength of that company is unbelievable.
Humongous. Because it's the fleet. I mean, everybody goes there, and the intention is not to contribute towards the growth of the company, but to get something out of the company. So that's why we think
every regime, that's what you want to say, every regime tries to find jobs for the boys in those places where they are non-existing jobs. And some of them actually go there to idle about.
I'm not saying that, you are saying it. The fact is,
so the cocoa farmers are right.
They are right to the extent that
in this condition, regardless of the fact that since cocoa per ton rose to 11,000 and now has taken a nosedive, and up to this point, it suffered about 70% reduction in price, government can still give them a cushion. If this is so much money from their sweat going to build roads, so much money from their sweat is being used to pay people who are put in there but don't have work to do, you can channel that money to them.
No, so we are saying that we're not going to even waste that money on people who are there. So we're going to cut down on the people who are employed over there. We have to provide alternative employments for them. I mean, I've read Dr. Kobna Donko say that, look, even we must hive or break the Cocoa Board into a trading institution and a regulatory institution. It can be a regulator and also a trader at the same time. A very laudable idea.
I don't know how true that is, but the suggestion is that they have about in excess of 5,000 or is it 50,000 workers?
I don't know, but whatever be the case. And we started drumming this when we were in Parliament. Eric Poko always came, anytime we were going to do the budget and the syndicated loan came, he looked at how much was going to go to management and said this money was huge. Why do you spend this money on management? It will have an impact on the cocoa beans you will buy. But more importantly, I mentioned Cocoa Services Division because His Excellency, the President, is saying, look, we want to process our cocoa. But we must have cocoa beans before we can even process them. What we have seen in the past is that we have not been able to even produce the cocoa beans that we require for exports, that we have entered into a contract to supply. So we must put systems in place to ensure that we guarantee ourselves of at least a minimum production of cocoa beans to be able to say that we're going to process 50% of the cocoa beans in this country. We should not be dependent on gambling or lottery in this reform exercise.
Okay, this was supposed to be a brief comment. Yes, Hadia.
Okay, so apart from restructuring of...
I don't understand. No. How did they come to be owed? That now we are struggling to now go find the money to pay them. They are supplying the beans. Pay them their money.
Leakages. And then we did, we projected 800,000 tons of cocoa beans to be produced in 2023, 2021, 2022, 2023. We got 430 something. So we were already in a deficit. Meanwhile, we are taking the 787 or 86,000 tons of cocoa money and spent.
How come the Ivorian cocoa farmer may have suffered something, but is about 1,000 cedis better than our farmer? We understand they are also now going to take that decision like we have
but done. Cocoa, Ivory Coast has no cocoa marketing board.
Okay, Hajia, let's hear you.
Yeah, so exactly just like Haladi said. In fact, Ghanaians have this spirit of thinking that anything that belongs to the government should not make profits. Cocoa board has been in existence for a long while. So supposing I was a businesswoman who owned a cocoa factory or farm, and I'm always running at a loss, why won't I change the strategy I'm using? So I applaud the president for taking a very key note in our DTP, the syndicated loan thing. It was killing us. And everybody should understand that we take loans in dollars, come back, give it to our people in cedis, then go and look for another dollar to pay back. It was really killing us. And we should also know as Ghanaians that it is our duty to always make our government bodies or institutions rich. You don't expect somebody to come from somewhere to come and enrich your pockets. Those who are sitting in the cocoa board and the offices, how many of them go to the fields? My grandmother just passed away years of 138 years. And she has a cocoa farm up the hills. Because my father didn't want me to be a dadabi, he always sent us to the village to go and visit our grandma. And believe me, none of us, the grandchildren, want to go into farming because the farms are still there. But I know that if I go in and a time comes that the cocoa prices fall, the farmer, is going to suffer, not those who are sitting in the offices and in the ACs. So it is a worry for all of us. And we are counting on the president and the committee that has been set. And we are expecting that structures should be put in place. If there are so many people who are in the offices and their offices are of no use, they should be reassigned to other...
We need to appreciate that the correct figure, as from the chief executive himself, as we understand, is about 10,000 staff. And almost every month, they need about $12 million. $12 million. Yes.
And these 10,000 staff is not giving us any profits.
It costs them $12 million.
A month?
Yes.
And you don't have cocoa even to supply. Meanwhile, you must find 12 million to pay.
You see? And we are wasting a lot of products when it comes to our cocoa. Cocoa pots can be used as soap. Not just the beans, others. But we don't even have a bar of soap made out of cocoa. So adding value to our cocoa is very important and key. We are just hoping that the youth will find pleasure in cultivating of the cocoa. We are also pleading that those who are thinking of going to sell their lands to Galamsey operators should rethink. Because they are thinking that if you have a land and a Galamseya comes, helps you to get the license, you are going to be rich. They will cut down the cocoa trees.
That's a problem now, isn't it?
A very huge one.
These were supposed to be brief comments so that we move on. Yes,
Samson, first and foremost, I think the comment. I was in Parliament yesterday when my leader made those statements, and I found it very unfortunate. In such moments where farmers are concerned about the way government has cut down their prices, and then we sit in Parliament and say that we know them and we know those who brought them. I think the signal is very negative. Secondly, you ask yourself, what promises did the government, before coming into power, give to the cocoa farmer? And then today, faced with realities, if you want to vary it, you only have to go back to the people and engage and let them understand the realities and accept your responsibility that, yes, I promise so much, but looking at the existing conditions, I think this is the way to go. And this is in future how you can be compensated.
We spent about 2 hours discussing this matter last week, and the CEO was here. There was engagement. What's the proof that there was no any engagement?
No, if the people have been carried along, we wouldn't. I have heard, and we've seen it in almost all the cocoa growing areas. The farmers are unhappy. If they have been properly engaged, even if you know you're going to get a haircut, you will appreciate, you will not express yourself the way and manner they're expressing themselves.
The sentiments are that they appear to be appreciating, and then the politicians stepped into the discussion and started crying hell. So they are thinking again that if their counterparts elsewhere have not suffered this haircut, why should they also suffer it?
No, I think you need to go down again to see whether that expression is really how the cocoa farmers feel. Because where I sit, coming from the Western region, and the people I know who are into cocoa farming, they are not, you can't help it. This is what government says I can give you. But in reality, that is not good enough for them. And importantly, like my colleague said, in restructuring cocoa board, even the government today have increased the wage bill of cocoa board since it came to power. Ask how many people have been recruited in 1 year into cocoa board. Even management officers have almost always been reshuffled. You send people away and you recruit people to come and do the same job, and 2 people are being paid for 1 week in cocoa board today. So we sit where we are, we make all of these things, but there's not been any action.
Because political leadership is bastardizing the situation, isn't it? Otherwise, this looks like it's a no-brainer. You set up a system that the farmers themselves will appreciate, where the world price has reduced by up to 70% now. How can the person expect that I will still be paid the price when it was 10,000 per ton?
So
it is because you, the politicians, will not allow the facts to be dealt with the way they ought to be. Is that not so?
No, I don't think so. I believe over time, we have not managed it in the way and manner that would have given us some relief today from what we are seeing. So it's a structural deficit from where we've come from all along.
What you do with fuel prices is the same thing you do with this, when you know that you don't control it.
No, but that's why we deregulated. And today, the market forces are what are determining the situation. So we can look at that same model and see how we are going to restructure so that when the prices go up, when the prices went to 11,000, how much did we pay them? What did government take out of? So if you take so much at the time that the price was so high, you need to have a buffer.
A legitimate point.
So that you can use it to compensate.
But
else you give...
You are talking in hypothesis. We didn't take the 11,000. At the time that the cocoa prices hit 11,000, we had locked in our price at 2,600.
Hedged.
We didn't take.
Okay.
So to end it all, the point is that there should be a closer look at cocoa board. We all welcome reforming that sector, but it should be a genuine commitment. You see, when government...
And it should be drastic.
Yes.
In a manner that you will not come complaining that they are dismissing MPP people.
No, but that is an action that should be seen and felt that it is being done
across board.
Exactly.
Without any political.
Because when you come in and you sideline and recruit people, and when it comes to asking people to go home, you check the years, the dates in which they were recruited, then it becomes politics. But we need to
even in campaigning at the level of flag bearership, you hear them talk about how they will give everybody jobs, and they know the jobs are not there, and they are thinking about jobs in these same places.
The good news is some measures have been taken at the administrative level, including cutting down on salaries. It is significant, but not enough. There's still a lot more to be done. And it is general consensus that there is the need, the urgent need for total reforms, because we know what the issues are. We've discussed it over and over again. A country like Switzerland, they don't produce cocoa, but they make billions of dollars on an annual basis. Okay, so I agree to a very large extent with what Haja said. Let's look at adding value to the cocoa we produce. We just don't export, but we add value and export, and we would make more money. Another major issue is with timely payments, then the producer pricing issues, operational costs, and there's even a risk of production decline. Okay, and that I must say is very worrying. That is why it is imperative that we work assiduously towards changing all these things. And of course, the issue of staffing. And I'm extremely excited that you have mentioned the need for us to depoliticize this thing, because it didn't start today. And Honorable has clearly indicated that it is historic in nature. Okay, so what do we do to reverse all the mistakes that have been made in the past that has gotten us to where we are?
All right. This show is brought to you by Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, close as a partner. MTN everywhere you go. Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneur leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance, dial *165# on MTN to join My Way today. Syntex Tanks, it's strong, it's tough. Safari Valley Eco Park, that is where we bring you closer to nature. Gold Board Jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Koa Natural Juice, 100% cocoa fruit juice. Malcolm, your #1 shopping destination. Waylead, your trusted home builder. And Bethel Dental, the smile starts here. We'll be right back.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage to me is one of helping people to step outside the immediate surroundings to see a big picture.
I think that the Ashesi advantage has to do with the fact that no matter where you find yourself, you are able to stand out.
One thing that helped me take up entrepreneurship was because I had been at Ashesi. The culture had encouraged us to pursue passions. The culture had encouraged us to solve problems for Africa.
Over the years, I've seen Ashesi grow into a more trusted brand that is recognized across the globe.
I think the highlight of my experience in Ashesi was its ability to impact the spirit of empathy or a sense of responsibility to people less privileged than myself.
Willow Lane, where love blooms. The foundation of a beautiful home is love, and the surprises that syncopate the expected and boring routines. when your love enters your space and there's room enough to twirl and swirl in the calming and soothing atmosphere big enough to share. Enjoying the vastness of your patience and the aroma from your classy kitchen. Ascending a well-lit staircase to enter a peaceful terrace with bird's eye view of the world. To pour into each other, toasting to endlessly blissful love until one dives into the other's essence. Willow Lane, where love blooms. Call us on 0240-111119 to book a tour.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden product that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303-966-085 or 055-278-4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
Going to the library. Going to the library.
Okay.
I'm going for my graduation. Go well.
Education changes stories, and being part of these stories is the real passion for us. MTN.
Let's talk hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids are normal structures located in the anus of all mammals.
But it is only man who suffers hemorrhoidal disease because of the erect posture we have assumed and the squatting that we do to empty our bowel. Hemorrhoids consist of a special type of blood vessels which fill with blood when we are moving our bowel and help to cushion the anus against the force of transmitting the stool. Afterwards, they empty their blood, collapse, help seal the anus to maintain continence. Over time, these vessels lose the elasticity of their walls, become dilated, permanently filled with blood, leading to congestion of the hemorrhoids. The symptoms of hemorrhoids are bleeding and prolapse of the hemorrhoids when passing stool, itching and feeling of warmth in the anus and anal discharge. Laser, ligature, and longo are the modern, minimally invasive, most effective, and painless methods of treating hemorrhoids today.
Winterba Hospital, first Ghana Colorectal Center, in to serve a peculiar health need.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It's been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Get ready for Ghana's biggest marketplace conversation. The Thrive 2030 project proudly presents the National Market Actors Forum, happening from 24th to 26th March 2026 at the Modern City Hotel, Tamale. We are inviting expressions of interest from actors in crop and plant-based value chains, tree crops and non-timber forest products, livestock and animal-based value chains, processing and agro-industrial value chains, handicraft and creative industries. Call 0547 918 817 0243 507 669 or 0241 178 948. Join us at the Market Actors Forum, where partnerships build prosperity.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Are you concerned about your child's dental health? Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. We believe in establishing good oral hygiene habits early is essential for your child's long-term dental health. Baby teeth, also called primary teeth or milk teeth, will fall out and be replaced by permanent teeth starting at around 6 years old. So it's tempting to think that primary teeth are not important, but in reality, those baby teeth are very important. Your child's first dental visit will include a complete exam, cleaning, and a fluoride treatment to protect the teeth. Your dental office should ensure that your child's dental visit is comfortable, gentle, and welcoming. Schedule your first dental visit today and give them the gift of a lifetime of healthy smiles.
Healthy smile.
You deserve. Dream.
What juice are you taking?
This is Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Koa refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow! There's no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I will take this anytime, any day.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fenart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fenart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other other wooden product that will last a lifetime. With Fernat Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernat, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernat Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernat.
Willow Lane, where love blooms. The foundation of a beautiful home is love, and the surprises that syncopate the expected and boring routines. When your love enters your space, and there's room enough to twirl and swirl in the calming and soothing atmosphere big enough to share. Enjoying the vastness of your patience and the aroma from your classy kitchen. Ascending a well-lit staircase to enter a peaceful terrace with bird's eye view of the world. To pour into each other, toasting to endlessly blissful love until one dives into the other's essence. Willow Lane, where love blooms. Call us on 0240-111119 to book a tour.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number one, let's bring Baby Girl.
Ten petitions. The CJ says no prima facie. What is prima facie? Simply that when you look at the thing on the face of it, there is a question to answer. The CJ has done what many say is an elevation of the threshold of finding prima facie. He says that while the allegations against the Electoral Commission bosses, Jean Mensah and the two others, Bosman Asare and Samuel Tete, while the allegations raise serious constitutional and administrative questions, they do not, on their face, meet the threshold required for a prima facie determination of stated misbehavior or incompetence, warranting that a committee be set up to inquire into the petitions. So there were 7 against the Electoral Commission heads and 3 against Kisi Ejabing. So far, 2 petitions under Nana Akufo-Addo against Kisi Ejabing, one by Martin Amidu, one by Ken Koranche. The 2 failed. Looks like we forget about those. They failed. There was a petition for the removal of the Chief Justice, Gertrude Tokonu. That also failed. They didn't make prima facie. So 7 for the removal of Jean Mensah and her colleagues. They have also failed. Let me find out from this table if they demonstrate what we see on the streets. There are some who are celebrating, and there are some who are angry. Enes of Seni.
Yeah, so there are some who are celebrating, and justifiably so. And there are some who are disappointed because they think that particularly the EC, they think that the EC should have gone for further investigations, and if investigations had proven that they were otherwise not guilty of incompetence or stated misbehavior, then the Chief Justice could come to that conclusion. But to dismiss it on the face of the petitions, that none of the 7 petitions raised a prima facie case against the Electoral Commission is worrying, especially if you put it against earlier thresholds, and that is the concern. But I think that I have a feeling that we are now dealing with a Chief Justice who is an institutionalist against those who held people occupying those positions liable for errors in the. He wants to
explain that.
No, so I think that the Chief Justice, from my reading of what he's said about particularly the Electoral Commission, admitting that there were serious constitutional and administrative breaches, okay, but in his view, on the face of it, does not warrant the finding.
He didn't say breaches, questions.
Questions. He said
serious constitutional and administrative questions.
Okay.
But they do not on their face. And prima facie is on the face.
Yeah.
They do not on their face meet the threshold required for a prima facie determination.
So that clearly, so he acknowledges that there could be questions. So that's why I said, I would have said that, well, if I were Chief Justice, I'm not. I would have said, well, because of the serious constitutional and administrative questions on the face of it, I've seen that. So you have to come to try to explain.
He doesn't stop there. He says that the petition largely rests on conclusions of unlawfulness and bad faith without establishing at a preliminary level. They didn't establish at a preliminary level. Clear facts demonstrating intentional wrongdoing or a manifest inability to perform constitutional functions.
So if there is a constitutional question which manifests itself in the form of a breach, does intention matter? If the Electoral Commissioner feels, neglects, or refuses to file his properties with the Auditor General, does his intention to file at a later date matter? Does it matter? It's a question, it's a constitutional question. And in your view, it's a breach. And that breach must have consequences. So that's how I see it. That's how I see it. And then he introduced another thing that clearly puts us on a journey to discovery. Because he says, in his view, it does not meet the threshold. What's the threshold?
He says you are talking about conclusions of unlawfulness and bad faith without establishing at the very face, preliminary level, clear facts that demonstrate intentional wrongdoing or a manifest inability to perform constitutional functions.
So
even if the Commission's actions or inactions are assumed to be erroneous, controversial, or suboptimal, such shortcomings do not automatically translate into stated misbehavior or incompetence within the constitutional sense.
So I'm looking at it in terms of incompetence, particularly with Sahel. So what clear facts do you need for Sahel? The people exist. They are by law to be represented in parliament. An election was conducted. These people were not represented in parliament. Their inability to be represented in parliament is because the Electoral Commission failed to create a constituency.
That's the question. Is that the fact?
That's the fact.
Okay.
It's a fact.
Electoral Commission failed to create.
To create.
Willingly.
No, I'm not qualified. I'm not
That's
qualified.
the question he's asking you.
So I'm not qualified.
Were they intervening facts? Were they court situations? Were they parliament
I'm not looking at the facts. So I'm not looking at the subjective. That is, why didn't they do it? I'm looking at the objective. I see a people. The Constitution says that every person in Ghana has to be represented, and that's why we divided the country into constituencies. And I see as a matter of fact, a manifestation of an inability by a commission to get people to be represented. I also see from the Constitution, Article 97 or so, that the representation is taken seriously by the constitutional drafters, that if you are an MP and you fail to be in Parliament for 21 sitting days, you have no excuse before the Privileges Committee, your seat will be declared vacant. I see that too. So I take representation from the reading of the Constitution very seriously. And I see these people were not represented. And so I see it. They're facts. I see it. I don't know whether it was intentional or it was inadvertence or it was just by operation of circumstances beyond their control. I don't know that. But I know the facts are this. So I expected when if I put in a petition to say that these people were incompetent, and you see that they were constitutional and administrative questions on the face of the petition, the least I expected was to tell them to come and like the Ashanti say, oh, you know, to come and tell me, to come and tell the committee, come tell us exactly what happened. That Trophy, Akwafo, Lolobi, and Lipe were not part of Parliament. If they come and they discharge that responsibility, I say, well, we cannot, that was not incompetence on their part. But if I say that on the face of it, what facts again do I need to establish on the face of it? And that's why I'm saying that the only reason why I say that the decision is a decision that seeks to establish institutions of governance is I'd see Bafo Bone as an institutionalist. From this judge, finding, I see him more directed towards creating powerful governance institutions for this country and making sure that people who occupy those institutions are not subjected to the whims and caprices of other Ghanaians to make them very unstable. That's how I see it. But there are serious issues with it. Now, the second issue I have with it is consistency is a virtue in jurisprudence. And that's why we have precedent. Never mind that he didn't set the first precedent. But it's a precedent in our electoral practice and constitutional practice. That once upon a time, breaches of an act of parliament, the Procurement Act of Parliament, was held to be enough to meet the threshold of Article 146(1) of the Constitution. Incompetence. Now, today, by the judgment of, or by the decision of Justice Bafo Bone, it appears to me that that threshold was a lower threshold. And probably, if Justice Bafo Bone were sitting at that time as a Chief Justice, Charlotte Osei would not have gone home. Because again, institutionally, we would have protected that institution. And particularly when the threshold, his threshold, is not breaches of statute. Okay? But there must be higher. So again, and then you come to...
He's entitled, is he not?
He's entitled to that.
In making the prima facie,
yes,
to take a threshold that he finds ought to be the proper threshold and not following any precedent. Because yes, in the Charlotte Osei kind of precedent,
yes,
we were all told that that precedent was so low.
Yes.
Well, I led Kokubako to the court,
yes,
to challenge that decision,
yes,
on the basis that she did not take one CD,
yes,
and chop.
Yes.
You are accusing of procurement breaches.
Yes.
There's a way to resolve that. The processes are there. It doesn't question her competence. It doesn't bring about infirmity by, inability to perform the office. When you read the CJ's decision, he clearly shows you that you have raised issues. They raise questions, serious questions.
Agree.
But they don't bother on incompetence of the officers.
Yes.
They don't bother on intentional wrongdoing.
Yes.
So I will not vindicate that on the face of it. Take Sahel. The EC issued a statement to show us how they were not liable for the Sahel situation. How the local government ministry directive is what led to the Sahel situation. How Parliament is the entity that endorsed the situation that led to Sahel not having representation at the time. So how do you say they should take the fall for it?
I'm not saying they should take the fall for it. I'm not saying that.
You said the CJ should follow precedent.
I'm saying no. I'm not. I said no. Let me recount what I said. I said from the decision of the Chief Justice on the 7 petitions presented to him for the removal, referred to him by the President for the removal of the Chief Justice, he appears to have set the bar very high. And that when you compare that bar set by him against that set for Charlotte Osei in similar circumstances, it seems the Charlotte Osei bar or threshold was low.
Okay.
That's what I've said. I'm not saying they should have taken it.
All right.
I'm saying that, and I said, for consistency's sake, when you make a decision that departs from an earlier decision, one is obliged by reason of your legal analysis to try to justify what would have occasioned a departure.
The prima facie you are suggesting is a judicial decision, but it's an administrative decision. So nobody is bound to follow the other.
No, I'm not
this is not a Supreme Court decision where you have to explain why you are departing.
I'm not saying that he's bound by the prima facie, but his decision,
should explain.
His decision compels me to try to see why he's departed from that prima facie.
So it does look like you are not even allowed to say he has departed, because the way Sofia Akufo thinks, it's not the way he thinks. And the two of them were not sitting in a court. And not sitting in a court means that nobody owes anybody an explanation why I don't follow this person's own or this person's decision.
So prima facie decisions are administrative, fine. But they are also constitutional. They are founded in law.
Right.
The Constitution requires it. Now, prima facie decisions are decisions that ought to be taken by certain relevant bodies under the Constitution. And so when a prima facie decision is taken, we think and we believe, as people who practice the Constitution, that you must be able to see some consistency in terms of, that is exactly what we mean by the rule of law, that things, persons equally circumstanced will be treated equally. Now, so when they depart, we now are forced to re-examine why a prima facie decision in this case is different from an earlier prima facie decision. And I agree entirely with you. By our training, the idiosyncrasies of the judge and not any pretensions is what we call the law.
Right.
Well, what he sees here, what Bafo sees in this matter is the law. And so it's finished. There's no application for it. There can't be a review of his decision. There can't be an appeal against his decision. It's finished. There can only be an entertainment of fresh petitions, but there cannot be an appeal. So it's finished. That's the law. As to the seven...
It may be questioned. Like Justice Tokonu is questioning the prima facie on
you
the
go
case.
To court, you go to court and question
it may be questioned.
Okay, so you go to court and question on basis on which he has come. But you can't review it. That's his decision. He's come to it. But I'm not really against the decision to the extent that I see him as an institutionalist.
The NDC is not happy because Sedin Ketia said the people should go. Other members of the party all said they are not fit for purpose. They should go. They are the ones who are angry now.
Yes, but he didn't see prima facie. And he sees that we need to build that institution. On that score, I agree with him.
He sees emotions and all sorts of things that don't matter when you are dealing with the law.
I don't see emotion. I don't see that we are using emotion. I see that he himself has contributed to the confusion, in the sense that he said that on the face of the petitions presented, there are administrative and constitutional questions. But he is now importing intentionality as one of the conditions which must be met.
Maybe you should also ask, where do administrative and constitutional questions get answers?
They get answers in a petition.
In a petition?
Yes.
Okay.
In the petition. So when the petition is submitted and there are these issues raised on constitutional and administrative matters, you refer so you ask for them to explain, and when they explain and you are not satisfied, you refer the matter to a committee. You set up a committee, and let them come and tell the committee that, well, there has been gross misinformation on our role in this matter. Because what has happened was actually a doctrine, to some extent, doctrine of necessity, that this situation had to come about because of other intervening institutions which failed to do their work. We don't know. We just know that the Constitution says that the electoral commission shall create constituencies, and everybody ought to be represented in Parliament. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, then you come to Charlotte Osei. I also agree that he didn't take the decision in Charlotte Osei. And again, the idiosyncrasies of the Council of States is the law. And those idiosyncrasies of the Council of State cannot be...
taking the decision on Tokono.
Okay. Cannot be attributed to him. I also agree with that. But when you read his opinion on whether or not the petitions raised prima facie against the breaches that were said to have occasioned the finding of prima facie in the Tokono case, you cannot fail but come to the conclusion that the bar also was lower there.
Simplicity.
So the NPP and those who have been arguing all this while that the bar was lowered in Getu Tokono's case are right.
No, I'm not saying they are right. I'm just saying that, so we are looking at, you see, you must understand, that is why we want consistency. That's why we want consistency. And that's what, and like I said, that's what the rule of law is all about. Now, so you find that in the justice...
What is this consistency you're talking about? Because look, I'm asking you this question.
So if we don't, in the absence of consistency,
yes,
let's say that we must hasten as a country.
Because not everybody agreed with what found prima facie in Charlotte Osei. Not everybody agreed with what constituted prima facie in Getu Tokono. So where is the consistency?
So
there's no issue. Consistency doesn't come in.
It's the lack of regulations. Because he introduces another word, threshold. Where's the threshold? Whose threshold?
He's clear. He says that as far as he is concerned, if the issue you are raising, you can't show on the preliminary level clear facts of intentional wrongdoing or manifest inability to perform constitutional functions. Article 146 is not about doing just anything, but incompetence, inability to perform your functions because of ill health and what comes with it. Maybe you are sick in the head.
I might ask myself, to be honest, the question that we should all be, that should agitate our mind is, in a breach of the Constitution, or in an alleged breach of the Constitution, do you need an intention? A function has been entrusted to you to perform by the Constitution and you fail, refuse, or neglect to perform the Constitution. Do we need to know why what was your intention? What motivated you to refuse or neglect to perform that function?
Is there a clear, he says, clear, manifest or demonstrable facts
and I say
that there has been inability to perform a constitutional function?
Yes.
If you take Sal, is there? Who says so?
Well, I say so. I say so because
you are ignoring the facts.
I know Sal, I know Santrofi, I know Aquafo, I know Lulubi, I know Lipe. They exist. These are facts. I know that by the Constitution, they ought to have been represented in Parliament. It's a fact.
Yes.
The Constitution guarantees them that.
And who's doing it?
And I know that is going to find the wrongdoing, the person who did the wrong.
But that's what you must punish the one who did the wrong.
But the Constitution doesn't name anybody for the creation of constituencies than Electoral Commission.
What is the Parliament's role?
What is Parliament's role?
But Parliament is the one who endorses what has to be. EC cannot sit down and create and it will come into being.
No, so EC creates and then lays the CI in parliament, and the CI takes a 21-day journey.
And parliamentarians sit down and watch. Is that what you're saying? That's their job?
So we don't watch. If you want me to give you further and better particulars, I was in parliament in 2020 when the EC came, the chairperson of the EC came and addressed the members of parliament in a committee sitting, and the former MP for Ho, the late, what's her name? I've forgotten her name. She got up and drew the attention of the EC to the fact that Santrofi, Akpafo, Lolobi, and Likwe were not part of any constituency in Ghana. And I was there. EC did not apply to withdraw, to amend, and let it pass. So you see intentionally, okay, I don't want to use intentionality because I see a breach. And that breach has consequences. And persons who engage in that breach must also suffer consequences. That's how I see it.
That instrument, that legislative instrument, establishing the Gwa district, which is Sal, as in Santro, Kofi, Akpafo, Lolobi, and Likwe areas. It was enacted on the 9th of November 2020. That date coincided with the day Parliament went into recess. And they were not returning until December 14, 2020. Which meant that after the scheduled dates, the general elections were coming on the 7th of December 2020. You are saying that Parliament decided that what? EC has brought something.
Yes.
So we don't check.
No.
We won't check anything.
We checked everything.
The
minority checked everything. That time, my good brother.
So why was it not?
Was the
why
minority
was it? It was not even raised. It
was raised.
Let alone to shoot it down.
It was raised. You can't shoot down the a CI just by a simple majority. You must shoot it down by 2/3 majority. So that is the first thing. You can't shoot it down by 2/3 majority. And when a CI is laid in parliament, it makes the 21-day journey. I mean, it becomes law, unless it is withdrawn.
All right.
What you will do is that when the commissioner came to parliament to brief parliament on what they were doing to ensure that the elections was conducted in the way that will manifest the outcome that the people desired, her attention was drawn to the fact that the Santrofi, Akpafo, and Lolobi, Likwe were not part. She refused or neglected to do anything about it. That is for me, these are the facts. And I thought that if she had any, and again, you say that the CI, the district was created.
I need to understand you in something briefly before I move on, because I've spent some time with you. I need to understand you. You say you endorse the CJ's approach
in terms of the
principle of institutionalism. You endorse the CJ's approach.
The principle of institutionalism.
And yet you are still thinking that he should have found prima facie, which would have negated what you endorse.
No. So if he found that, then what you are now raising would have been subject to investigation.
Can there not be investigation of any matter concerning EC, OSP without a recourse to, a removal?
So that removal process, the petitions calling for the removal of the EC and her deputies was founded on the fact that certain things were done by the EC which ought not to have been done, and which in the view of the petitioners were breaches of the Constitution. It is not that the person wanted to hold the EC accountable in the way that made her stay in office, but remediate what she had done. No. So if EC wanted, Justice Bafo-Boni wanted, or in his view, the threshold for removing an EC electoral commissioner or commissioners was not met. All he had to do, in my view, was to say, well, I've seen these constitutional questions. And he admitted that they were constitutional questions. And so I think the prima facie case has been determined. Go and still an institutionalist, if the commission or the committee was set up and they looked into the matter and saw that, well, this occurred by no fault of the electoral commissioners.
So let me read this quickly to you, then I'll move on to my other guest. Master Planner Junior Kintampo, policy analyst, he says that the EC cannot be charged for the issue of Sahel because it wasn't its fault or EC officers' fault. Constituencies are created by EC, but districts or municipalities are not created by the EC.
Yes.
According to our laws, before a constituency is created, a district must first be created. In the case of Sahel, there wasn't any district or municipality for a constituency to be created by the EC. How can the EC be blamed for that? The law is the law.
Well, where is he getting this?
I was asking you this question.
Where is he getting this? From which law?
I was asking you this question. That Imani, who have been on the necks of the EC about these matters,
yes,
Franklin Kujo,
yes,
applauded the CJ's decision. That including other governance people who have applauded this decision.
That what?
That this is progressive. That the judiciary has now been unshackled. That's the word he used.
Oh, but that is. I'm not arguing differently.
I'm saying that the people who complain are praising the decision.
I'm not arguing differently. They say they are unshackled in the sense that you have a Chief Justice who appears to be looking at the broader picture of protecting institutions. That's what they are saying. That's what Imani is saying. Okay, so we're not arguing differently.
Okay.
Except that Bryce Simmons was one of those who took the EC to court on Sahel.
That's the point I'm saying.
So he wasn't lauding
Franklin Kujo, not Bryce Simmons.
Franklin Kujo.
Yeah.
He was not lauding
on their side.
Yes,
in the court.
He was not lauding the Electoral Commission for failing to perform their duty. But he's saying that, well, I think that one, the threshold established by the Bafubone appears progressive because it will provide some security for occupants of office.
Okay.
That's how
Boama, Mancha Bruce says Chief Justice Bafubone's dismissal of the petitions to remove the EC chair and special prosecutor is indeed refreshing. And this is a comment that you would hear from various governance people. It appears he's keen to leave a lasting legacy. What's intriguing is how his stance differs from the grounds that establish a prima facie case for the removal of former Chief Justice and others. Amazing convictions. I didn't ask you about the Special Prosecutor 3.
You know my position on Special Prosecutor. You know my position. I've watched the Special Prosecutor, and I think that the petitions, I mean the dismissal of the petition, unless there are grievous matters which can be founded on Section 15 of the Special Prosecutors Act, the Special Prosecutor cannot be removed that way.
These are frivolous.
I don't think. I don't think that. I think the bar is right for the.
There's a last one though by Martin Pebu that is pending.
Let it come. Even with the EC, I don't think that the 7 petitions will be the last.
There'll be some more.
There'll be some more.
That's why HKC Prempeh's committee have put in their recommendations that if people take up frivolous petitions, they should suffer for it. There should be punishment for it. Because people cannot just be throwing frivolous petitions. So that, take the OSP. For how many years? 4 years. He's been fighting how many? 6 petitions. And this is a toll, instead of focusing on the work.
5 petitions. 2 under Nana Akufo-Addo, 3 under John Dramani Mahama so far. But what
Pebu's own are to make it 6.
It has been delivered already. I don't know that.
No, the decision has not been made. But that makes it 6. What I mean is that he'll be working on that instead of working on doing the job, catching the corrupt people.
It's unfortunate. But my position on the OSP is that we should let him do his work unless there are grievous things that he's doing that infringe Section 15. And so far, I don't see anything wrong.
So you don't expect the CJ to determine Pebu's petition?
I've not seen Martin Pebu's. I've heard Martin Pebu talk passionately about his petition, but I've not had the benefit of seeing his petition. And I don't want to see his petition because, again, let's give fidelity to the Constitution. All these matters are supposed to be in camera.
Okay. Yes, Boma.
Samson, I think
the outcome of Chief Justice response to this petition or decision.
10 petitions.
Petitions only vindicates the position that we've held long ago regarding the former Chief Justice, Gertrude Sabatokono, that her removal was way below the standard you expect for a person of that high level of a Chief Justice removal.
What does it do to the Charlotte Osei and her colleagues?
Yes, I'm coming there.
Okay.
Because you see, these petitions, the Electoral Commissioner, the status of the EC is equivalent to a Court of Appeal Justice.
Correct.
Same as even the Special Prosecutor. They sit at equivalence to Court of Appeal. And then you have a Chief Justice who sits at the Supreme Court. So if you want to remove people of even equivalence to Court of Appeal, and you get a standard like what the current Chief Justice is introducing, then you wonder, in the instance of Gertrude Tokonu, what really had gone into that conclusion that a prima facie was established.
It makes me ask the question immediately. Do you also wonder what went into the decision that led to Charlotte Osei and her two deputies suffering?
I'm coming there. I told you I'm coming there. Particularly when in the case of Gertrude Tokonu, we all don't have an idea what's happening at the Council of State level. But at least the former Chief Justice who sits at the Council of State, Sufa Akufu, raised concerns and actually said she disagreed with that establishment.
She has been questioned. That if you are talking about people who lowered the bar, she lowered the bar on Charlotte Osei, so she doesn't have the moral right to speak.
So if at the end of the day, you have Chief Justices to take that decision, okay, she had the benefit of taking a decision on Charlotte Osei. And even there, we had issues and concerns. I said, and I agree on all falls. The issue is not about EC because ECY. EC is a constitutionally established body, independent body, which ought to be protected against some of these things because it goes to the core of our democratic governance. And so when you have institutions like these, and then you receive petitions, and you have the benefit of establishing prima facie, it is for no reason that that burden is put on either the Council of State or the Chief Justice to establish it. Because by the time that you establish it, you should be convinced without any equivocation of doubt that there is really a matter that ought to lead to satisfy the conditions under Article 146, that the person had done that to show that the person is incompetent or the person has those things. So I think this outcome by the Chief Justice questions where we have taken this whole issue as to petitions, removal of the Chief Justice, and that which we are being faced today, and even to also send a signal that in future, if people are presenting petitions, because see why? The issues that are being raised, you talked about, they are constitutional issues. Yeah. And if they are constitutional issues, there are forum for you to deal with those issues. That forum is not a petition for a removal of a person in office. If you have constitutional issues, you should take them to the proper forum. You don't hide behind it and put that burden on the head of that institution. But we sat in this country and we've seen this happen in Charlotte Osei's instance. And then we saw it even worsened in the case of the Chief Justice, Gertrude Tokonu, and we played politics with it. We thought it was being done whether for a purpose, and if the purpose, and that's why it puts these things in some challenges, because the NDC had made that categorical statement that they will remove the Chief Justice and they will remove...
Made it where?
Oh, it was, you can just Google From My Joy, you hear all of this.
Okay, so we have fact-checked that.
Yeah.
President Mahama, who you attribute this to, never spoke in respect of Gertrude Torkornoo removing her. Right.
No.
He said in reference of who?
No, didn't remove the no. Because it was part of our manifesto.
When the issue was going, we're debating it here over and again. He never did.
No.
But Boma, how do you look at this coincidence? It just, came to my mind.
Yes.
Gertrude Torkornoo did prima facie determinations.
Yes.
And exonerated the special prosecutor twice.
Yes.
So she would have done
and the Council
a higher
of State,
threshold.
The Council of State did it for her and exonerated her.
Yes. And this is the CJ that you guys didn't want to participate in anything he had to do. And he's sort of upholding the Gertrude Torkornoo standard.
No, but what do you expect? You see, the issue is not the issue is not about the competence of the Chief Justice. The concerns were to stay his appointment till the issue of Gertrude Torkornoo was exhausted.
Okay.
So we have no issue at all with the competence of Justice Bafo-Boni. That has never been our position. The position was that the basis for removing Gertrude Torkornoo was problematic. She had the right to challenge it. And why? Samson, do you have a copy of the establishment of prima facie from the Council of State concerning Gertrude Torkornoo?
No.
I'll be interested in seeing what formed the basis of establishing that prima facie against. Let's get that off.
But in law,
yes,
that establishment can be one line sentence.
Yes, it can. Yeah. But I believe there's more. They will try to do a thorough work to support that establishment. And for transparency, good governance, accountability. So we all know that these issues ought to be properly situated.
For fairness.
So that in future, yes, because the Chief Justice, Gertrude Torkornoo, has suffered a lot in terms of her own reputation, reputational damages. And so we need to be very mindful and guided that, yes, in the case of the ECY, even if they have established a prima facie, should have the opportunity to go and defend themselves. Yes. But in establishing that prima facie is what we've always called for, a standard. And he asked, what's the threshold?
What's the threshold?
If the threshold is not even defined, yes, the Constitutional Review Committee is looking at it. They've said they are going to...
They've done it.
Yes, exactly.
But it's been said that bad people will make a good constitution bad. But good people may make a bad constitution good. So isn't that the case? If you read, and I've taken my time to read over and again, His Lordship's decision. And I find that you can see that his view is that, and because I've had the opportunity to do these cases before, I've done once, I've done twice, I can see that he's taking it from a place where he says, the Constitution says, it must border on incompetence. If it is not about your job and how you deliver on the job, incompetence, forget it. It must border on infirmity.
Yes.
Either you have a mental situation or you are just ill, you can't perform the job. And he looks at it and says, manifestly, there's nothing like that.
In the case of Gertrude Torkornoo, where she's being accused of traveling with the spouse and children and causing some financial burden on the judicial service, does that constitute incompetence? Does that constitute? So these are the facts that are guiding our position.
All right.
Now, it constitutes incompetence. It constitutes misbehavior. Except that, so let's put it in better perspective. What Gertrude Torkornoo did is misbehavior. It's incompetence. But,
Counsel.
No, listen. But the introduction of if you want, the confession and avoidance clause, provision in the opinion of Bafo-Boni, they say that we can see that there are constitutional and administrative questions. You understand?
Of course.
Constitutional and administrative questions. Now, and says that, well, those constitutional and administrative questions, because they are not further clarified or manifested by intentionality or a lack of ability to perform, they don't meet the threshold of declaring them prima facie. So that's a constitutional matter. In the Ketokonos case, it's not a constitutional matter. It's an administrative matter. And if you want a breach of a statute or guidelines, you understand? So when you put that one,
okay. Let Boama finish. But I suppose you know where I belong. But in this case, I'm asking the questions because where I belong is where I led Kukubaku to the Supreme Court.
I also belong
to say
there.
That it's not every sin that must lead to the ultimate punishment.
Yes.
Otherwise, no one, all of these people, even the president, they won't survive.
Exactly.
So how about the OSP 1, 2, 3 petitions?
The OSP one, I think, of course, issues have been raised about his performance. From Parliament, I've had cause to question not just the office, because I agree with the establishment of the office of the Special Prosecutor, but in terms of the resources that have been given to him and then the deliverables, I don't think he's been up to standard. And so for that, we've raised those concerns.
That's debatable, you know.
No, so that is not incompetent.
No.
That's performance.
No, so I'm saying that has been my issue, and that of many others in terms of his performance. But in terms of those petitions seeking to remove him, I don't think
So what you're saying is that I give you $1 million, and you are expecting that the $1 million would deliver, 100 convictions.
Yes.
And he hasn't brought 100 convictions.
Yes.
That is not incompetence.
No.
That is not inability to perform.
No.
And therefore it cannot stick.
Exactly.
So you agree with the CEO?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Hadia.
Okay, so I want to be the Santo of the day. And still stand by Ghana first. You see, these issues, I always don't want to base it on NDC MPP because UP is the order of the day.
United Plus.
United First Ghana Party. The youth of Ghana and the people of Ghana are realizing that NDC MPP will always take sides when it's favoring them. Premier Faso doesn't mean that they cannot go through other processes to come back. They can bring their evidences. What the CJ said is that there are no forms of incompetence.
On the face.
From where I sit and from what you read, it was clear. Even the EC, people on the platforms are still defending. If our Parliament House sat and watched that certain districts and communities in Ghana here who also have the right to bring presidents in power were not given their constitutional rights. We should be fighting about how to bring these people on board so that they can vote for United Party. You see, so that is my worry now. I am fighting for the individual Ghanaian whose voice cannot be heard. So let's fight on working hard to help the EC put these people on board so that they can vote. That is the most important. Ghana first. United Party. Let's leave NDC and people behind and bring the United Party into power so that we can fight and settle these issues. When it comes to the OSP,
the SAR, do you remember that court cases were even lost? So the judges too, did they think there is prima facie? They thought there's no prima facie. Well, have you thought about it that way? It just occurred to me that the SAR issues
a
were
conversation
questioned in court.
That's a conversation for another day.
Unsuccessfully. Okay, Adia, go on. Go on.
So when it comes to the OSP, I always say that when I sit down, I think about how we are going to move forward and get answers. It's not about the talks. The talks are, we want action. We want to see things happen. We want to see people being prosecuted. We want to get the things back, retrieve. So I always sit and imagine that if there has been one case that has been fairly, should I use the word fairly?
Yeah.
Treated. And we've gotten some huge sums of money back as Ghanaians, we will be proud of the system. We will be proud as Ghanaians of the OSP's office. So we want accountability, fairness from OSP. If I had my own power, I'll also petition
the OSP to do it.
The OSP to be accountable.
He's
to
accountable.
Be on his feet. We should come after
So you see what you're
OSP.
talking about.
Yes.
You know, when you get into a judge's mind and they have to do a job, even when they are doing a quasi-judicial but administrative, you see your emotions, they don't matter.
Emotions.
They look at what the facts say. Like you, Boama talks about how much they have received, you talk about how much they have received and what output. When they put the facts there, they too say that you are wrong because you are not paying attention, because you have done more than you think should have been done. And the judge will look at both and say, no, prima facie, that's going on, that's what is going on.
Yes.
The reverend who led one of the petitions for the OSP, you know, he spoke to me, he was very angry. You know, he wants to do a demonstration and I asked him to what end, you know?
Yes, but when we are behind, we can give pressure as we are doing. We want to see results. We want accountability as Ghanaian youth. If we have been able to retrieve some money, can't we sort the teachers out? We will be able to pay salaries. We will be able to subsidize these cocoa issues.
But that's not incompetence. That's not inability to perform the functions of the office due to infirmity. That's the constitutional threshold that the CJ is talking about.
But Samson, can we also look at the effect, you know, when the Chief Justice was removed, the way it tied into our anti-corruption fight, how we are handling institutions of state. And so is it the position that if we use some of these bases to remove independent constitutional bodies, it also have international ramifications or effect to the extent that we're using politics to weaken institutions of state?
No, I disagree with you.
No.
Because what Bafubone has done has established John Dramani Mahama firmly as a believer in the rule of law. Firmly. That if he receives petitions, he will deal with the petitions in accordance with the Constitution.
He's bound.
That is bound.
Yes, he's bound. And all presidents have done same.
I am even proud about the
people do not see an overt or covert intention of the president or action of the president to influence an outcome.
But the challenge is, so in the instance of the Council of State, is it possible that the composition of the Council of State could have also played a role and an influence in reaching that conclusion?
Could we also argue that
you said they are bound to forward them, but they don't always forward them.
They don't always forward them.
Presidents receive the petitions, and some of them they sit on it. They just trash them.
What I'm saying is that
it is only in the OSP law that subsequently you made a law and put timelines there. The president receives it within 7 days. He must forward. Within this number of days, the decision must be made. Within 90 days, the whole panel must come to
an end. After the OSP law, that's why sometimes when people are talking about it, I said, they know the industry that entered it. But the fact is that the argument you are making, the composition of the Council of State, that argument could well go for Bafobone.
Okay. So because we are running out of time, the red alert, Interpol has deleted it permanently against Ofori-Atta. As we understand, he was supposed to have been in court on was it Thursday or Friday yesterday? Yeah. It doesn't look like that's happened, but he's still in custody. That appears to be the situation until when he appears in April, is it 21, for the hearing that must go on. Is there any impact on the ongoing process for him? In a minute. Yeah.
Samson, the Interpol red alert notice, to all intents and purposes, is spent. It's a spent distance. So its removal has no effect whatsoever, real or perceived, on what is now happening in the case of...
What was the use?
No,
what was the use?
Was it necessary?
No, it was necessary because it was imposed to restrict his movement. Because he could be lost to the state.
Did he do that?
Yes. He was traveling up, in and out. And when the Interpol red alert notice was imposed, he was confined to a single place in the United States.
But he had always been in the United States.
No, he was moving. He was traveling. And so that is the first thing.
So that's what disabled him from traveling to another country to go back to the US to avoid his visa expiring. Okay.
That's the first thing. Then that's what prevented him from expediting his application to change his status.
No, but whatever,
let's hear him. 30 seconds.
Whatever it is, the conclusion by Interpol is that particular decision to put him on red alert was not correct, was improper. It was grounded in political vendetta. And so whether the presence of the...
Did they say political vendetta? They said something. It's not political vendetta.
There's some politics around it, but not political vendetta.
But do you find why they said there was politics around it? Did you find a reason?
Oh, but we've always known. I have
no. It was not the arrest. It was not the arrest processes. It was the commentaries on the back of it, particularly from the Attorney General's department
and the deputy. Yeah.
But
because the first time that
has been the position that
the first time Ofori-Atta challenged the Interpol red alert notice, he didn't challenge it on the basis of politics.
Okay.
He challenged it on the basis of wrong procurement of the arrest warrant.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm sorry, but my producers say that my time is up and I should sign off. Thank you very much. My outfit is by Habil Scooter. You can call them 0200 84 1988. 0200 84 1988. My guests have been Hajia Gloria Amenu, National Women's Organizer of the United Party. Inus Ofuseni is former MP at Tamale Central and former Minister. Isaac Boamanyako is lawyer, MP Efia. I'm Samson Ladia, and have a good afternoon.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as Colorlink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough? Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number one, let's bring Baby Girl. You didn't for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where is the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, strong, tough.
Life can be giving it to you water like that, and everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted. Save kutu, save bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat, undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN.
Hello there. It's another installment of The Sages, and boy, am I glad to come your way. My guest today, someone I've heard of quite a bit, But today I get to sit with her. But the question is, who is my guest? I'll give you a bit of a guessing game. She's a Ghanaian linguist. She's an academic. They say you don't speak about a lady's age, so I'm not going to go there. But she was the first female professor in Ghana, born in the Gold Coast, now Ghana. And she was the first female pro-vice-chancellor of the University of Ghana. I think that may have given it away. I'm talking about none other than Professor Florence Abena Dolphine. And yes, if you hear that name, I'm going to go into it and find out. Dolphine. Well, she joins me today. Prof, hello.
Hello.
It's good to see you physically for the first time.
Well, I'm flattered.
And
Thank you.
And you look all glam. You look very good. It's really good seeing you. Since I can't mention what the age is, but for that number and for the way you look, we aspire to be, this fly at your age. You should see her room.
Well, thank you for the compliment.
Let's start with who you are. For those who are uninitiated, for those who don't know you, who is Florence Abena Dolphine in a nutshell?
In a nutshell, Florence Abena Dolphine is a Ghanaian, born of an Ashanti mother and Nzima father. And I was born in Achinekrum, where my mother comes from. My father was from Esiama in the Nzima area. But he happened to have gone to Achinekrum as a teacher from Western College. And that's where he met my mother and got married to her. And then he went on to train as a Reverend Minister at Trinity College. And so he taught in Achinekrum and other places. And because he was in Western College, he got to know about Mofretro, which is a girls' primary school there. So he encouraged his friends in Achinekrum to send their girls to Mofretro. So the first person who went was my mother's youngest sister. She turned 96 not so long ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
I see.
So
I think there's something in the genes, huh?
Well, yeah, actually my grandmother had 10 children, 5 boys, 5 girls, and they all lived into adulthood. So I think I'm lucky because I happen to actually have a sickle cell trait. I'm AS. Okay. So growing up, everybody knew that, I was somebody who is always falling sick and so on. And I'm sure even in those days, nobody ever thought that I grew up to, to be able to be sitting here at 86 talking to you.
God has been good.
Yeah, I can't complain. God has been really very good to me, and